Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2022 Chess.com Global Championship. We are, I believe, in the seventh tournament of 16 in the play-in phase of this wonderful tournament. The way it works is there are two qualifiers every Monday and Friday that have been going on for a few weeks already, since July the 11th all the way to August 5th. It's open to all verified title players, so you have to get verified, and players who have qualified from the already, as it's called, the open phase of this tournament. It's a 9-round Swiss, 10 minutes each, no increment, and the first place player qualifies to the next phase, which is the knockout phase, and then the players that finish in second and third will have a mini match of two 10-minute games to decide who will then finish second and therefore qualify. If that is drawn, if it's 1-1 after that 2-game mini match, then there will be an Armageddon game. In fact, the last time I commentated with Daniel Naroditsky, we had precisely that, and then there's a bidding war, and we'll come on to that if we need to. But before we go there, we've got 9 rounds. Swiss, many top players, many players that have qualified from the Open Championship side. So a chance for non-titled players to play against grandmasters, and it should be a lot of fun. And to join me on this journey is somebody I have immense respect for, somebody I remember many years ago, all the way in the north of France, crushing souls. I remember that was the first time I met her, and she hasn't stopped. So for the past 2 decades, crushing the best of the best, it is the one and only Grandmaster, Irina Krush. Hi, Irina.
Thank you, Lawrence, for this kind introduction. And I'm just really happy to be with you today. I think we're going to have a lot of fun covering the play-ins for the Global Chess Championships. There's a lot at stake in these events, as the players who qualify guarantee themselves at least $5,000 in the future rounds. And they're also going to win money just for winning today, $850, $600, and possibly a chance, if they make it to the very end, for the in-person tournament in Toronto that is going to take place at the end of October, where they can face legendary players like Vishy Anand and Vladimir Kramnik and Fabiano Caruana. So there's really a lot of motivation for the players to continue in this tournament.
Yeah, and let's also just make clear the absolute top prize for this tournament, $200,000. We're talking about the biggest prize ever of any online tournament in any format in history. Second place is $100,000. Even third and fourth place is $50,000. There's been nothing quite like it before. This truly is the Global Chess Championships, a wonderful feat, and hopefully the sign of things to come for chess. To get this kind of level of prize fund and this kind of sponsorship is obviously outstanding, and it's not surprising that the world's best are getting involved. Today, who have we got, Irina, playing in the early morning qualifier? Who are we looking at the moment?
So we're looking at Big Fish 1995 versus ATW QC. Now, Big Fish, I am familiar with him because he is always playing on chess.com and all the Title Tuesdays and Rapid Chess Championships. That is Vladimir Fedoseev, one of the top players from Russia. And he has not qualified, obviously, yet from these events. There are some other top Russian players like Sarana and Oparin who have qualified, but this Fedoseev is still trying to get his spot. So we have a kind of a 4 knights here that he started with bishop b5, d6, d4. So it starts to look like a Philidor defense.
Yeah, an old school Philidor defense that you might have seen in the 19th century. Ooh, that's a tricky little move.
Yeah, it's preparing to win a piece on e7. And or to win the queen on d7. So right now, Black needs to figure out how to save that queen. And I suppose,
No, I was going to say it's actually, I've never seen quite this move in this position before, but rook a8 is a way to save the queen.
Yeah, so he's not like immediately losing. Now white has to figure out actually what he's going to do about that trade, because certainly black wants to trade those knights. So he took on e7, bishop g5.
Yeah, that's the standard way, but maybe black can struggle on here with queen e6. How bad is life if I just bump my queen up there and pretend that I'm okay? I guess that is
interesting.
Queen e5. No, yeah, queen e5 queen e5 is a little too ugly because you destroy your pawns on the queen side, and Fedoseev is now going to play in true old school Russian style. He'll bring the bishop back, trade the rooks, he'll pick up a pawn, and he's going to win this game.
Yeah, it does look pretty difficult for black. If they would not have played queen e5 and they would have played this move queen e6, right? That's an interesting idea. And I think there's a couple of things we can do on that. There was bishop takes f6.
Yeah, bishop takes f6.
With ideas like to infiltrate on the 7th. So
right.
That looks pretty promising.
Yeah.
And another thing I was thinking about, Lawrence, was can we take and try to split up their pawns?
Exactly. Also looks strong.
Yeah. So white would have had some pretty good options on queen e6 as well. So I think Fedoseev, yeah, he was going to be keeping the advantage no matter what. c4. Okay, that seems fine. Rook e3. Okay, interesting. Using the third rank to swing the rook over.
Yeah, and black with a really...
Oh, I'm sorry, Lawrence. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but it's interesting that he decides not to take the knight, right?
Yeah. He's not taking the knight anytime soon.
And why do you think that is? What do you think is his point here? What does he want to do with that bishop?
Well, I mean, he just believes that the bishop is better than the knight, and the bishop's going to be able to come around via f2, and you know, just the knight on f6 is actually being dominated at the moment by the white pawns. It's got no decent jump squares, no decent route. You know, this is fairly standard operating procedure for you know, and he doesn't want to go into too many double rook endgames, because double rook endgames can be, especially for example here, the black rooks are active. If you get active, even if you've got a damaged structure, the double rook endgames can give you chances.
Yeah, this bishop has a great future, I would say, right? He's going to go to f2, and if the rook goes to d2, well, first of all, besides the fact that there will be a hanging pawn there, and useful moves like bishop e3, and you can chase that rook off the second.
No, I mean, for sure. I mean, but, you know, black has done a pretty good job of activating if we go to the live position. Okay, b3 on the board. And now the question is, can you put up resistance here as black? So what is the way? So takes, and 98 potentially. Then bishop d8.
He's going to have to go there, but...
Oh, g5 I don't like.
Because now there's two pawns under attack, and he's losing one of them.
Yeah, g5 I really didn't like. No,
wow. What was the point of that? Yeah, that seemed like a very strange move.
Well, I mean, that's the difference between 2200s and 2700s, right? Is that sometimes the accuracy isn't quite there. After 98, I was thinking, can you go bishop d8 and just try and pick up a pawn here?
Bishop d8 does look like a free pawn. That looks pretty good. I was also thinking about like putting the rook here, trying to bring it there, but maybe that's not.
Yeah, rook d3, I might just go f6 or something.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, bishop. And also another move you have is this one, but that pawn can't be protected, right? So I agree, bishop d8, just free pawn, and win the rook endgame. Also, white's king is really well placed on e2 in the center. So I think Fedoseev has this game under control. He just won a pawn, and we can take a look.
Yeah, let's go to another game.
Right? Okay. Yeah. Trying to find a game here. Hold on. Let's I go to games. and nothing is maybe watch. Oh yeah, here we go. We got it. Actually, yes. Oh, here it is. Yes, this is what we want to do. Oh,
Are we on? Are we on?
Yeah, we're on. We're on. I'm just looking for some games. Here we go. Here, this one looks like white is okay.
Wait, wow. Iturizaga is black.
Yeah, Iturizaga is playing black. He's the well-known grandmaster from I would say Venezuela, right? Who's representing Spain right now.
Right. He's been living in Spain for many years now. So, but hold on a second. Breaking news. He's in serious trouble here, is he not? Or what's going on? Or is it unclear? Okay,
so the big point is that when white tries to come in for mate, there is a queen trade, and black does have these strong passed pawns for the end game. So white played rook d1, which the engine doesn't like very much. Now the question is, well, what should white do to keep the queens on the board, right? Because obviously white's whole plan consists in utilizing this idea. So was there something kind of cool here? It's not obvious. It's not obvious like why this is equal. I suppose, yeah, you can't even play g5, Lawrence, because a queen takes d4.
Right. And now on b2, the point is if queen h6, knight e6 holds the fort, right?
Right now after, that's right, here's our current position. So let's get to it. b2 and queen h6, knight e6. Yep, that stops the checkmate on g7.
But I would probably play queen h6, knight e6, g5, just to, you know, now the knight is forced to defend. And, well, and because f6 is hanging, I guess I have to go g5. Oh, it hated g5.
It hated it. I don't know why. It made a lot of sense. But now, okay, so the black's move, what can black come up with here?
Rook
okay,
b8.
He goes rook b8, and the idea.
Okay, rook d1.
Yeah, he's not.
He wants to queen and play queen takes f3 check, and he wins the rook. And then there's like a queen e3, queen e4. Put that on the board, Irina. So if rook
white plays, which move should I put on the board? Rook d1. Okay, we're.
I think you could. No, not the but I think you just queen. You give it all up, and then
you win the rook somehow, right?
Yeah, queen f3, king g1, queen e3, and if king f1, queen d3, if king g2, queen e4. So you use one of those squares next, and
so rook b8 has a pretty big threat. So he's threatening
a huge threat.
b1. And what can white do about that? So should white be going rook b1? It's kind of.
That's very sad though.
Yeah, that's very sad.
Oh no, now f4, now you can go b1 queen. It's all over.
That's right. So we're expecting him to do this. By the way, do you know this chess player, UK chess bomber? He is.
I don't know who it is. No. I'm assuming he's from the UK.
Yeah, game over. All right. So let's go on to the next game. We got Gusenov, well-known Azeri player. And here is his game. So he is black. Whoa, he's actually not doing very well, Lawrence. He's down a piece. Of course, white's bishop is not the most impressive on g2, so he does have compensation for it, but is it enough?
I mean, no, of course it's not enough, because the rook can come to c1, the king can come out, the bishop can come to f1. White is too stable, and black for sure does not have enough. And it's interesting because Gusenov, of course, was in the playoff the last time I commentated with Daniel Naroditsky, and Gusenov lost that playoff to Trent Melkumian. So and this is a catastrophic position for him.
So I think he's, I have a feeling, okay, Lawrence, I like to make little bets on how things are going to work out. I would say, yes, I do think the time situation, of course, is really good for him, but I also really like the remnants of his position. I like the knight on e5, I like the rook and this king coming out. I have a feeling like it's actually not so easy for white to win, because white's bishop is just awful, right? it's very hard to win when you have such a bad piece, and there's always these kinds of tricks. Like, yeah, I feel like I actually feel like I wouldn't be surprised if Black even winds up winning, especially because they have no increment, just 2 minutes for White.
Yes, sorry, I did completely forget to look at the times. Yes. Okay, but yeah, knight b5 already. Yeah, this is already already going pear-shaped.
Does he want to go, like, how is he going to move his rook from here, Lawrence? Because he can't move the rook anymore. Does he plan to go a6 just to kick the knight and get a chance, like, let's say, to take this pawn? Is that the plan?
Yeah, I mean, it's already.
What if maybe it's rook d2, Lawrence, and here we go.
Yeah, that's the point. So no, but now I can take knight c3.
Oh, knight c3. So what am I? Maybe I'm supposed to go. How am I supposed to win here? It's so funny that the computer says this is.
You can give Irina. You can give a check and c2. No.
Oh, and I don't have rook c6. Yeah.
No, but you have rook d2. It's still not. I know rook d2, rook h1. That's the point, right?
Yep. Yeah. And then you.
No, Gusenov will win. You're right.
I mean, it's nice that his opponent is still in a competitive position, but yeah, look at that. Within just a couple of moves, Lawrence, Gusenov has like taken over here. He played c3, knight takes d6, rook d2. Oh, that idea. Yeah, because now if you trade the rooks, you are not stopping the pawn. So he goes there, c2. Oh, he winds up just taking the knight. And Black has a beautiful knight against the bad bishop.
Yeah, I mean, this is bad already, and with the time situation, it's hopeless for.
Yeah, so at least higher rated players, they have a way of making it all work out in the end, don't they?
Well, a lot of the time they do. We do see accidents though in every tournament. There are upsets, but for the most part, they do, as you said, find a way. Yeah. A lot of it is to do with time, right? They just keep that time advantage, put the pressure on you that way. And
well, on the board, like Black is not winning at all. So he's basically just gonna have to flag his opponent because I mean he's well, I would say in the best case he's equal. Certainly White is not worse here with the extra a pawn.
No, there's no way Black is better, but he is gonna win because 47 seconds and
I guess should we watch how he does it?
Yeah. He already blundered the pawn. I would take with the rook here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because White cannot liquidate under any circumstances.
Yeah. I mean, White is practically worse, and I guess his Gusenov is not going to feel bad about flagging his opponent, is he? How does that work?
Did you see the flagging controversy with Vladimir Kramnik and Vincent Kaymer?
I did. I read about it because you always pay attention to what the top players are saying, especially when I went to visit his chess.com account and I saw, his little statement there.
Yeah, exactly.
On his account. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. There is one trick here. Sorry, after king g4, king d4, you have to play. You got to go king d4. And then I would go, put the bishop on d5, play king d4. He didn't do it. Now Gusenov's got no. There was a moment where you could have had the king on d4 and played bishop takes f7. Knight takes f7 and king d5, and I think with the king on g4, you actually force the pawns off the board.
Yeah, he might actually be getting the e5 and.
You got to play e5. Okay, bishop a4.
Oh, okay. No, the knight was coming to e5 anyway. Okay, so he still can't get the pawns off the board, but his chance is maybe to try to accidentally.
No, this is bad by Gusenov. Why would you put the knight on g5? Now you go king g3. Now you repeat.
Right. Now there's a repetition, right?
Now you repeat quick.
Yeah, actually he can't really stop. Well, I guess he can go king d6, right?
But then you go
there's
e5.
e5. Yeah, there's e5. Yeah. Wow.
There's still a chance for White with 14 seconds to actually draw this because bishop takes f7, e5 is just there.
I'm rooting for White. Like I would like to see a lower rated player pull off an upset here.
e5, let's go. Knight h3, and now king e4.
I mean, how is Gusenov going to keep the pawns on the board? That's literally what he needs to do to.
Knight h3, you go king
his
g3.
Opponent.
King g3. Yes, good.
Wow, he's getting this pawn off the board. It's happening, Lawrence.
Now you go e6,
and then bishop
really
f7.
Over. King f2 and bishop f7. That's it.
Oh man, he's going to do it.
Wait a second. Is this maybe they don't draw this on chess.com?
Oh right. Oh man, is it because of that pawn? He
Pawn?
put the
Let's
pawn
see.
on
I'm
F6.
curious what the
What his
algorithm
outcome
decides.
is going to be? Yeah, I really feel like it's ridiculous if like this is not counted as a draw. It really is just too much. Like seriously, like you're going to try, you're going to flag him and that counts as a win. Draw. Okay.
Draw. Okay.
Well, I'm really happy to see that chess.com has a good way of deciding that, because that would have been utterly ridiculous if Dor Carino would not be getting a draw in that position.
There are some sites who won't be named that count that as a win for black, but chess.com.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy. So we got, let's see, Sam Chessmood against Chess Brainiac. Okay, cool. Oh, this looks exciting.
Oh, wow. Another spot where one of the big favorites is absolutely not supposed to win.
Yeah, I mean, white is not getting anywhere, can't win that pawn. And he's got a few seconds left. His opponent needs to play fast. Okay, just go for the pawn. Go for the pawn. What is he even thinking about?
No, b4 is also good.
Is it? I mean, I would have just automatically just gone for the h pawn.
Oh, this is good. Now knight d4. No, knight d4 check was a huge blunder. Excuse me.
Yeah, now he has to calculate. Oh, wait.
Now b3, b2 doesn't.
Knight d4 is also a move that he needs to calculate. Wow. There was even that.
No, b3, king takes h4. King takes h4 is good enough, yeah.
Yeah, you still can't take the knight. Okay, so black is good. Black is good. Oh,
actually, is black winning?
Oh,
no. Oh, sorry, king knight.
Oh, he just blundered.
Oh no!
He just blundered big time. Oh, that's terrible. Chess Brainiac, you didn't have to do that. That was so unnecessary. Oh man. Oh man, no, the stronger player is gonna get the win in this one. That was pretty crazy. Just gave up a knight and a pawn, like one after the other.
That's so brutal.
Yeah, and I think he's gonna mate him in time, right? It's not really that hard. All right, so Chess Brainiac takes the win, and I think we're actually done with our games for this round, Lawrence, and we are on to the next one. It's moving really fast.
Well, it's 1 of 9. So yeah, the 10-minute games with no increment, it does, the games do just go through. So we've got we've got I am Rosen.
That's why I picked this one, Rosen. Yeah, that was not an accident. I was like, we gotta go with Eric Rosen, who just won the chess.com I am not a GM Speed Chess Championship. So that seems like let's see how he does against Grandmaster Turizaga here, who is playing the English opening. Have you played Rosen before, Lawrence, in these Speed Chess Championships?
I've never played him. It's so weird, but I've never, ever played him, ever.
Oh, you've never played him? Wow.
I've never played him. Have you?
No, I haven't. Yeah, I haven't. Well, yeah, I haven't had a chance to play in this, like, I am not a GM chess championship, because it got, like, I spent so many years as an IM, Lawrence, right? That, like, I certainly could have if chess.com would have started this, earlier, but, yeah, so I haven't had a chance to play Eric. And I did watch part of his match with James Cansey. That was exciting stuff.
That was exciting. I was a bit. James played his heart. James actually beat me. Okay, I blundered every single game, but in that match, there was a lot of blunders going on there. It was unusual for that kind of level of blunder. But okay, Eric's a good player, and he's playing proper openings as well, which is a sign that he has respect for his opponent.
Yeah, I'm more used to this English line with a knight being on e2. So Ari Turizaga having the knight on f3 is a little unusual. So the question is, so yeah, when the knight's on e2, you have more plans, maybe with the f pawn, but he goes for d4, bishop a7. So to me, this looks quite normal for black, right? I don't really see the advantage of the knight being on f3 as compared to e2.
It's all right. There's a bit more. Now you go h3, or you can take. Taking is fine.
He took. Okay. Does he want to go d5? Is that the point?
I think you might go b3 actually at some point. Yeah.
Does bishop b2 or bishop a3 coming up?
Yeah, and the claim is that the pawn on e3 stifles the bishop on e7.
I wonder, yeah, I mean, bishop e6 is always running into knight g5, so I wonder if h6 is a move, maybe just bishop f5, actually. bishop f5. Do you need to worry about things like knight h4 and bishop takes c6? A little bit, right? You do need to pay attention to that idea because in general, white will consider taking that knight and doubling up those pawns. It is at least a theme in these positions. So Rosen needs to figure out where to go with his bishop. He chooses g4.
Yeah, also perfectly.
Three will happen probably pretty soon. Wait, what about, e4? You know what I'm curious about? Why wasn't that move possible? I guess because it would be h3 somewhere. Yeah, kind of curious, like, why wasn't this move possible here, Lawrence?
Queen d8, rook d8, knight g5 picks up a pawn.
There we go.
I'm sharp. I've had this this mushroom coffee. You guys might have heard. I don't know if you know about it, Irina.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm joking. It's a bit of an in joke. Irina was telling us about how she has this very exotic mushroom powdered coffee. I've just got a regular, as we call it, latte where I'm from. You know.
Yeah, I know what that is, Lawrence. Even though, I like lattes quite.
You're a latte fan.
Yeah.
Latte. I feel really bad because people don't realize it's a ridiculous hour in the morning for you. And I've already done my laundry, gone for a run, like spoken to the tax man. So that I don't go to jail and all of that sort of stuff, you know? Yeah,
well, what I did so far, Lawrence, is I woke up and it was like so horrible. I was like, oh no, 4 hours of sleep, you know?
That's it. 4 hours? You were out that late?
Yeah, what did I do that late? But yeah, I was out. I mean, I actually took a walk late at night last night.
You had a walk at like 3 in the morning?
No, it's like 1 in the morning. Well, but yeah, that's what I was doing, Lawrence, because I actually got started on that walk kind of late because I was out with a friend. A friend of mine, my good friend Irina Zanyuk, who is also a chess player, now a professor of mechanical engineering, and she's back in town for a few days visiting her mom, and I always try to get together with her when she's in New York. She lives in California now. So I went out for dinner with her and, kind of spent some time. And so I was getting back home kind of late and then I still had to get in my walk. So yeah, made it a bit of a late night.
Do you talk in English or Russian when you're together?
It's interesting. We talk in, I would say, a mixture of English and Russian. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, probably I would say maybe more heavily English.
Interesting. Okay.
So what do we have on the board here?
Yeah, let's go. So Itu has decided to mix it up, but I quite like it, what he's done. And now e4. On one hand, this makes sense for Eric, but on the other hand, the knight jumps in, and I'm not sure how stable that bishop on d3 truly is. Like,
I like the bishop. I love that piece.
You like it?
Yeah, you rarely see such a piece. How did he get that bishop in? Let's just take a look again. So he went from g4 to h5 to g6, and then he was kicked from g6 and just was forced to go to this square, and then he supported it with the outpost. Yeah, I do like this piece a lot. I feel that this g4 move can backfire potentially on white, because for the rest of the game, white will have to look at ideas like h5. Knight e5, he also will be looking at, right? So unless there's actual pressure on e4, black can play knight e5. Yeah, I rather like Eric's position. I think, he's 3 minutes lower on the clock, which is not great for him, but his position I like.
Okay. Well, I will go with my boy Eduardo, and I'm gonna say that Eric is not gonna survive this one. Knight g3 precisely. Now we put a bit of pressure on e4. Yeah, I was thinking about that because that way there's no knight e5, because you just get to take there, and that's quite important. I would say the one bad thing about black's position is this bishop on a7, right? Because right now it's staring into the pawn chain, doesn't have any real future there. And the one future for that bishop could have been, let's say, to move the knight here,
move out the pawn eventually, bring it to this diagonal. But of course, that was a kind of a complex operation. And right now it seems to be off the table.
Exactly.
So Eric is playing rook e6. So what is the point of this move, Lawrence?
That is a strange move.
Well, yeah, it's a little hard to understand why that rook is going there.
No, he wants to play queen e8, rook d8, and he wants to be able to support the bishop.
Okay,
rook.
I like that. Yeah. Rook queen e8. I like that. That's a good idea.
That's 100% what he wants to do.
But I think that white might want to consider knight d5 after queen e8, because that's why he's probably putting the rook there, Lawrence, to open up the c file, so he can go knight d5 and have that c7 pawn under attack.
Yeah, and with every move, I'm liking Eric's position less and less, because it's a bit like, there's something artificial about it. Yeah, he's got the bishop, but the bishop isn't a knight for a start. I mean, we like the knights on d3, a la Kasparov, the octopus.
Yeah.
Right. The bishop on d3, I'm not that excited about. Bishop e6, I don't mind. It's a good improving way.
I kind of like this. I kind of like this for Eric.
Oh, it didn't like king h2. Did you see the
didn't.
bar?
There's not a sacrifice here yet, but I like that improvements of the bishop quite a bit.
Yes.
Really loves that concept, because we said that was the worst piece and he just made it better. And I would not be surprised if we saw that trade on c3, and we did. Yeah. Look at that.
This is all a bit odd from Eduardo. I've not liked this whole maneuver, I have to say.
Do you see this coming?
I see it coming.
It is definitely something. And this rook on e6, I even like, because now there's the potential for it to come to the 6th rank. All right, but he's playing really fast, maybe not trying to play so well, but of course he's got twice as much time. Well, what can we say here? This bishop is no longer that amazing on a3. Of course, the rook on c3 is very misplaced. Nothing really very good about white's position, Lawrence. There's not much left of it.
Well, just the knight on f5, right? At least the knight is performing a role of just kind of keeping black a little tied down. I wonder if here black should play a classy move like a5. Just
a5.
Threaten a4, try and open up some room over that side, and then ask what is it exactly you want to do? Yeah,
I guess h5, the move I'm thinking about, probably doesn't make much sense.
h5, g5?
Yeah, I was even thinking you can take it.
Maybe you can even take it. But I thought g5 kind of helps white consolidate. Oh, that loses apparently.
Maybe there's knight g4.
Really?
I don't know. I feel like this is appropriate, Lawrence, to look at. Oh, yeah. And by the way, there's f2, so it makes it super appropriate.
Oh, sorry. I missed knight takes f2, of course.
Yeah, you got to go to g3 and then, queen g5. And that's it.
That's over.
So
GH, you're absolutely spot on.
Yeah, he went c5. Okay.
Oh, I like this because he wants to put the queen on the long diagonal. I like this as well.
Yeah, this is quite clever by Eric, because that pawn, if you take it, you're going to wind up in a boatload of trouble after queen c7. So he moves back the king, improves the queen. Nice stuff by Eric. Oh, I'm kind of happy for him. I am happy for him. And is there a sack coming up? I actually think there is. I think there is. He's going to sack because this queen is amazing here, Lawrence. Let's go, Eric.
Why can't we do it now?
Yeah, we can. That's what I'm saying. He's going to do it. Knight takes
he has to do it.
And then the f2 pawn is blown off the board.
Well, that's mate if I take on f2 as well, right? There are two different kind of mates.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking, how are they going to stop knight g3, knight f2, king h2? But yeah, eventually you're going to lose. You're actually going to lose all your...
Well, there you just go rook g6 and it's just all over.
Yeah, knight f2. Okay. Wow. Knight f2. I would probably, I think I would maybe give the check again. Maybe, would I give the check? Yeah, I would give the check again, right? Because you have to go to h3. Is he going for the draw?
No.
I don't know. He has a minute 45.
How about this? King h2, rook e5. Do you like that one? To go rook h5 check?
I like a lot of moves here. I do. I mean, I guess I would consider taking that fourth pawn if I had to think.
No.
No, you don't even want to
We're
look
delivering mate. Rook e5, rook h5.
Checkmate, huh?
Yeah, checkmate is better than
So
just
straightforward.
a measly
No
pawn.
subtlety about it. All right. Yeah, I like it. I do like it.
There's no room for subtlety in this position, Irina.
Oh, no.
What? What is he doing?
He's going to do my idea.
No, he's going to go rook e5 now.
No, he's definitely not going rook e5 now. Well, I mean, I guess he could. Yeah, I guess
Why
he
not?
could. Why? It was more like, I'll tell you why, not because it's a bad move, but because I think someone who wanted to play that move would have played it with a knight on f2. That's just,
True.
you know, my chess feeling about it. But you're right. I mean, it's still a possible move here.
I hope he doesn't play knight takes e3 because I actually get worried he might blow it.
Yeah. No, but I'm worried about his time. I don't think he can play for a win with that little time. So I think he's just going to take that draw because
maybe he's going to go rook g6. No,
he's taking a draw. Yeah, it's the time situation that did him in. But honestly, he played so well. That was good stuff by Eric. I mean, he completely outplayed Iturrizaga, right? Just completely. Wow. All right. So who do we have here? Do we want to take a look at Baku Boulevard? That game just disappeared. So how about Wonderful Time?
Yeah, Wonderful Time. One of the top international masters around, often wins the title Tuesdays or comes close, has battled Hikaru tons and is a top player. Unclear to me why he's still an international master because he's clearly very strong grandmaster strength. Maybe
from
just
Vietnam,
doesn't play
right?
classical. Sorry?
From Vietnam.
From Vietnam, yeah. I can't pronounce his name. Oh, he's a GM elect. There you go.
How about we take a look, because he's up 2 pawns there, so that wasn't too interesting. Let's take a look. Cruel Yarrow, Yaroslav Zherubuk from the Ukraine, now representing America. Wow, so this is actually looking pretty interesting. He's got his opponent completely pinned up, but his opponent wants to just queen. So what exactly is happening after G2, Lawrence? Well,
it's losing, right? Because after G2, I guess I go, oh, wait, actually, why is it losing? G2? How do I move there?
I mean, is there rook takes G8,
rook takes
G8, knight f7, and then, but that doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. Yeah, why? Like, first of all, the engine bar is saying this is equal, so I don't understand why yet. Oh, knight G8. Okay, cool stuff.
But this is
yeah, because we couldn't queen because the knight moves somewhere, and then we're still going to be trading off everything on G8. I get your new queen, so that is why Black took back like this, and now we have something to look forward to, Lawrence, a king and pawn endgame, which you rarely see in these top level games. And amazingly, this is a draw despite white having the protected pass pawn.
Yeah. Incredible.
Use it because Black has another kind of strong pawn called the outside pass pawn.
But actually, hold on. What's the move here?
Oh, yeah. What is the move here?
King G6. Wait.
I think you don't. Do you need to? Oh, yeah. You need to make sure this this king doesn't. But I think you can go King G6. Actually, King F4 and King.
No, I think King G6 was losing.
Whoa! He just lost the game. King F4 is Zugzwang. Oh no. Yeah. Oh, that was, you know, this often happens in king and pawn endgames. You need so much precision, right? Wow. Now Black is going to lose the pawn. That is so sad. Why push it? If you're not sure you're going to keep it, don't push it. Yeah, now White's going to win due to that pawn. Very sad for Nicholas de la Colina. And let's see, how is Jospin doing? That's another well-known online player. Well, he's doing great. He's up.
Yeah, Jospin. I actually had him picked in the last tournament to win the thing. He is a top GM. He's does extremely well online, and wouldn't surprise me at all if he finally gets through. Mm-hmm. This game is not interesting, of course. He's a piece up and is going to win. This game, Darrow, that name sounds familiar.
Yeah, that sounds like Darius Schwirtz.
Yes.
who's representing the US right now. We have, yeah, so many additions to the US Federation in recent years. He's originally from Poland. Okay. Black mascot won against his opponent in on time in an unclear position here. Oh yeah, because it wasn't really that clear. White could try king f8, king e8, try to promote that pawn, but White ran out of time. So let's see what else. We got India, pro men, bishop endgame, totally winning for White.
Yeah, not even a sweat. Yeah.
Right. How about we're looking for something more competitive, but at this stage in the games, things are kind of coming to that conclusion. It's hard to find those games where like both results are still in play. Oh, Parin, how about that? Oh, yeah. We found something, but his opponent's about to lose on time. Apparently, right. This is a draw. This is incredible. What?
Yeah, you can give all the pawns. No, you can't.
Yes, yeah, you can. You can. Oh, but you're gonna lose on time. He's trying to keep him out from G. Yes. He can't go into the corner. This was a really cool position. I mean, his opponent was drawing against him. And the white king, yeah, they couldn't really do anything against these pawns. So this is a draw, I guess. Now, Lawrence, I'm curious if these pawns were not on the board, this would be a win for White. Let's point that out to our audience.
Yes.
That's quite instructive, right? So yes. You can imagine, guys, that Black just gave up all their pawns. They would actually lose because this bishop is so excellently placed on h7, stopping the king from approaching the pawn or getting into the corner. And ultimately what happens is that White is putting Black in zugzwang, and the Black king has to step aside, and then he can't get into the corner, he wins. But the reason that this was not losing for Black is because he has those two pawns, and somehow White has trouble winning these guys, because if he goes for one, I think we have king f6. Yeah, good move. And that was good, right? So the king is basically moving between these squares and these squares. And Black was in the drawing range, but unfortunately he ran out of time. Yeah, and g3 was not the move he wanted to play when he had, 0.1 second. All right, I like little endgame lessons.
Still a few games to go, and this one is winning for what? King 4. Uh-oh.
Black won.
Black
is the one that, poor White did not get time to win both of these pawns. So Mr. Nimbus beat Anoran. All right, we're on to round 3, and we got Big Fish is playing Kasparov, but not the world champion Kasparov, but a Polish Kasparov. And Big Fish is half a point behind, so he gave up a draw to someone, Lawrence.
Yeah, Big Fish did give up a draw. We can either... and there was already a draw on board 1. Jospim against Promen. I can see there that they both have 2.5 out of 3.
Oh, wow.
So looks as though there's been a quick draw.
Why would
just want to
each other? Who knows?
Yeah, we're just pointing out a few guys that are on 2 out of 2 that are very, very strong. So we've got Billy Kimber, who is actually Matlakoff, if I remember correctly. He's got the Scottish flag, but he's not a Scottish GM. I don't know what the story is there, and I'll just double check that it is Matlakoff. He is in. Cruel Yarrow is there. Sam Chessmood is there. Benjamin Bock is there, amongst other. Vladislav Kovalyev.
Who is Benjamin Bock? How do we find him?
Well, his name is Benjamin Bock.
Oh, okay. I see him. All right.
And look
by
at
the way,
this.
Yeah.
Sorry, Irina. Knight CB5.
That is an unusual move against the Taimanov. Wow, right? Instead of developing a bishop somewhere, And by the way, Big Fish was away from the board, so he let his clock run down like at least a minute before he realized the game had started. And so that's why he's a bit behind on the clock. Let's see if Kasparov is going to be able to capitalize on that. But yeah, that is an unusual move. Is he trying to go C4? Wow.
It's a
totally
I've never seen
different
it.
approach to the Sicilian. One knight forward, one knight backward, so that this knight can go to D4. What is the point of all of this?
I have absolutely no idea. Have you ever seen it?
No, Lawrence. This is not the classics I was brought up on.
Bizarre. I mean, Big Fish. He's no random guy. I mean, it's
Oh yeah,
extremely unusual. And hasn't Black just got a fantastic version of the Sicilians he wants?
feels like it. It definitely feels like. I don't know what he's trying to do. Bishop G5. I mean, I suppose is a move, but yeah, there's really not much point about with this knight dance. Okay, so he's going to be putting the knight on D4. Got it. That's what he's preparing, but yeah, it's not very dangerous. And in general, a white pawn on C3 in the Sicilian is not super dangerous. There's D5 ideas. In fact, he can consider D5 right now, but maybe, okay, D5, you take, open the bishop towards the king, it starts looking like a French. Maybe that's what is acceptable for white.
Okay, Black has got a number of ideas here, right? So one idea, yeah, you can go D6. You can just play A6, I guess, as well, and not worry.
Knight D4,
knight D4, and then say whatever, D6, exactly.
Or B5, I suppose.
B5. Then I'm worried about knight takes C6 there.
Yeah.
DC E5 is an issue.
Yeah.
But maybe even just B6. I don't like it that much, B6.
Yeah, I mean, the move, really, this move makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways, because very typical for the Sicilian to break in the center, especially because white can't lock things up right now with E5. But I was a little concerned about this. Now, it is possible, by the way, to go for the IQP. I wouldn't say it's completely stupid, even though I'm not, in general, such a fan of playing these kinds of IQPs for Black. I mean, I like the IQPs when I can attack Lawrence, but I don't think this is the most, this is not, this kind of French type of IQP is not my favorite for Black. So I would want to take with a knight, but there are not many pieces protecting the Black king right now. So it does feel a tiny bit fishy. But on the other hand, Lawrence, this knight is also not so amazing. Is going to get kicked back, and where is it going to go? And then we can trade it. Maybe give white an isolated pawn. So it is interesting, I think, to continue like that.
Black played knight E4 though. If you look at the live position, Irina.
Yeah, I would love to look at the live position, but I have to just figure out. Oh, here we go. Yes, D5. Oh, look at that. Did he? I think he played that move. And
he did. He took bishop G5, knight E4.
Yeah.
Bishop H4. Okay. And bishop G4. So Black basically saying, look, from a practical point of view, now Queen F4 is screaming out to me.
This knight will be a target, Lawrence. B5. Whoa, did something just happen after rook E1? Was that a bad move?
Rook E1 apparently was not good.
It was a really bad move.
G5.
Was there a G5?
G5? Because if bishop E4, D4, knight, and you lose a piece, or what?
Wow. Yeah, because G5, the thing is that when they go there, you take it, and then your queen comes in, right?
Exactly.
I mean, I think that this move has a point. Okay, but apparently not.
Yeah, the computer hates it, of course.
Yeah, the computer doesn't agree that it has a point. Why? Well, okay, but what was the such amazing move that the computer saw? Is it just something simple like A6? I mean,
no.
You don't think so?
No.
All right. Sometimes the
Let's
computer
go back.
lies.
Rookie one. So
Sometimes-
the computer hated rookie one.
Yeah, but sometimes the engine does kind of deceive us, Lawrence.
No, I think it's Queen F4, Irina, because
Queen
you
F4.
threatened bishop takes F4.
Yeah. You want my bishop, right?
No, it's not Queen F4.
It does look very tempting, though.
I mean, it looks.
I agree that it looks like a really good move. I don't even know how white saves this bishop. But anyway, Lawrence, black did not do any of that. He went rook e8, okay, supporting the knight. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and bishop g3 by Fedoseev. So he trapping that queen. Wow. I would just say that this position is really, really sharp. And
the position is completely out of control.
Queen a4. Okay, so let's take stock of what's going on here. The rook is hanging, and so is the pawn. So black has a big decision to make. Obviously, he's not just going to, well, the big decision is probably pawn takes knight, right? Giving up the exchange and then keep taking. I think that makes some sense for black. What do you think, Lawrence? Just take?
Oh, I would just do that, yeah.
And then just
take and say, you know what? You've got a weak king. That said, the white knight can just come back out, and I don't see an immediate follow-up here for black.
Yeah, well, you have a bishop and pawn for the exchange.
Yeah.
So, and your opponent's king is weak, right? So I think that is plenty of compensation for black. Yeah, white's not losing. White does have that nice defender around the king.
Oh, look at what happened in the game, Irina. Look at this. This is brilliant.
All right.
Look at this idea.
Pawn takes, knight takes, bishop h3. Wow.
Doesn't work, but fair play to him.
Yeah, wow. So he wants pawn takes, queen takes, and checkmate. That is kind of fancy. Queen c4 played by Fedoseev. So okay, he's attacking the bishop on c5. So right now we don't really have time to capture this pawn.
Why did the comp hate that move?
Why did he hate queen c4? Yeah, what did he love so much? Huh.
Computers are just too strong, Irina.
Can you take this pawn? Or is that
no?
Yeah, watch. No, then you take, you get two pieces for the rook. So I need something else. Okay, so I need just move my knight back. Allow
I would just
g2 and allow this, and then
this is all much of a muchness, as we say in the business, because the position has moved on. And
okay,
h6. What's going on here? h6. Goodness me.
Oh yeah, but now white has taken over, right? Because black has he's lost a really important bishop on c5. His queen is stuck in the corner, which is a horrible sign for him. That was really unfortunate that he, in a way, he played kind of aggressively and creatively, but then ultimately wound up with nothing here, nothing to attack with.
Right.
So yeah, this is not what he wanted. Somewhere it went wrong, and this bishop is, if it's not helping you mate, I would say it's not very good either. So it looks like Fedoseev is going to take this game. Meanwhile, let's see what else we got in the other games.
Let's have a look.
Let's take a look at Benjamin Bach. How's he doing? He's got 2 points, and he's playing bean screen. Oh, this looks interesting.
Benjamin Bach, the Boxster, as he's known in the business. He's not really, I just made that up, but let's hope it sticks. I guess the point is here, you really have to consider just pushing, So e3, e2, and then rook e4, rook e8, and this kind of stabilizing mechanism.
And you just kind of make that knight be a little bit irrelevant, right? It's on an outpost, but you try to initiate play on the king side so that that knight can't really be involved. And of course, you got to pay attention to where the black queen is. It's on the king side. So naturally, black's play is there. Interesting that Benjamin is thinking. He has quite a luxury on the clock to think here for a couple of minutes if he wants. Ah, okay. Well, that's a bit of a weird move. What do you think?
Knight d7. That's not even a move that really occurs to me.
Yeah.
Far too classy.
You know, what's the point? Because now if I go rook e1, then
he wants to go knight c5.
Yeah, but then maybe I can at least get this pawn in, which you would think that would be helpful, right? Like drive in the pawn a little bit. I think that should bother you. And then I have knight e7 ideas, Lawrence. Yeah, I don't really get that thing, a knight d7.
It's not the move I would have played. Let's put it this way. Going backwards there was not on my to-do list.
Yeah, I thought the knight was absolutely fine where it was. It's not like, you know, you shouldn't be that interested in that pawn on a4, right? So
yeah.
Actually, I'm curious to see. Let's keep watching this game, because right now there's a specific threat on the board and you can't push it because you will probably wind up losing it now. And you don't have rook e4. So I think that he just, with his, you know, knight d7 move, really letting white into the game.
Yeah, I hate the move. I'll be honest. I know, you know, you guys stateside have got a far more sensitive kind of approach to commentating, but we call it how it is. I dislike it immensely.
I know, I like honesty, Lawrence.
You like the honesty?
Oh yeah, okay. Feel free to be honest. I'm
okay.
I'm definitely about chess moves, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the people playing. I'm just talking about the moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight, and now he's gone in for the big thing. I mean, rook e1 was the most obvious move on the board. So that's already an indication that he hates it. Maybe he goes back. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if he just goes back to f6 and says, yeah, it's the hardest move to play in chess, to admit you're wrong.
Yeah.
Right? You've lost two full tempi.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I got to tell you, like, playing knight f6 will feel horrible for Benjamin. I mean, losing two tempi, like doing nothing for your position and allowing white to improve. And then on top of it, white will have ideas of c5, right? So he's letting f6 happen. All right, let's go. You don't have to think too long about this bean screen. You just push that pawn. Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And on knight e7, he will certainly consider sacking the rook for that knight.
No.
Yes. Yeah.
Really? What's wrong with king h8?
I mean, look, maybe you don't have to, but I think, like, okay, like you have a strong knight on an outpost, like, let's put that move in. Okay, let's just see if it's ridiculous. I think I would consider a rook takes e7. Look at that.
Yeah, but you kind of open up the f rook. I mean,
yeah. The computer doesn't say this is losing, but yeah, he agrees that there is some advantage. But I think, I mean, it's the kind of thing you would think about. Right. I guess king h8. Yeah, king h8 is more correct. Yeah. All right. But yeah, I think we'll see those ideas on the board.
Rook e3 I like, though, by white, because it prevents the pawn being pushed, and it puts the ball back in black's court and says, what is your next move? Because white has got a lot of little improving moves as well, right? I think. King h2. You can consider... Oh, h5. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bit of a fruity move.
Yeah. What does that mean? Lawrence, you want to translate that for me?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of loosens the structure a little bit, but at the same time, there aren't any sacks. But I mean, it makes me think about, you know, things on g6 and f5, and rook b1 is also interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything because you can't actually really go anywhere with the rook. But it wasn't easy for white to find a move. That was the problem. Wasn't easy to find a move, to find a plan. Here I have, you know, I just had an idea. Was it absolutely crazy to play the move g3 with the attempt to go h4 and actually to go rook f4, Lawrence? What do you think about this move?
Well, I'd rather not say on air.
Yeah,
no, I'm joking. I don't know. It feels weird to me, this move.
Yeah, I get it. It feels a bit weird, but look at this, Lawrence. Come on.
You're just gonna mate me.
Yeah, huh? Let's go.
Okay, queen e5.
Yeah, go.
Oh, sorry, my queen can't go to e5. Queen f5. I'll go queen f5. Sorry, let me just not blunder my queen. This is what I
Okay,
tend
all
to-
right. But you're stepping into that fork. It's something.
Yeah, I know.
I can, this doesn't feel very clear, Lawrence. It feels
No.
like quite interesting, and I think white would be, happy to get some active play with those rooks.
There's something about g3 that really doesn't sit well with me. But
Yeah.
again, maybe I'm just a donkey. So
Well, there's something about rook b1 that doesn't sit well with me,
Yeah,
Lawrence,
yeah.
which is that the rook isn't doing anything on that b file.
no, but look at his idea. Look at his idea here. He goes rook b5, and he's just teasing black and says, "I'm seriously considering taking on c5."
Yeah. Well, what I'm afraid about is that like black will find a way to get some action started on the king side, and white's two missing pieces on on
Yeah.
c6 and b5 are going to be kind of not so happy about this. Now, the one interesting idea, I think that Mr. Bach is looking at trying to play g5, g4. I don't know how he's going to do it, Lawrence, but I think he's going to do it.
He's been upgraded to Mr. Bach.
Yeah, from Boxster to Mr. as we call him in the business, Mr. Bach.
Okay. He'll be happy that you called it. He hasn't been called Mr. Bach since he was last on the stand facing the judge.
What about, okay, so he just, wait, what? He didn't just play king g8.
Oh, that's my door. That's strange. Somebody's here.
Okay.
You take over for 1 second. Irene.
Don't worry. All right, let's see, guys. Rook b5, king g8. Like, that just makes so little sense. Why would he just go back with the king? Did he? Yeah, okay, that's beyond me. Why would you just play? He just played king h7, right? So let's just get that straight. He played king h7, then he plays king g8. Okay, so I don't understand that. But guess what? We have that exchange sack on the board that we were talking about earlier. And black gives up a rook for knight and pawn. Okay. Whoa, the players don't have a lot of time. And Benjamin Beanscreen immediately sacks back the exchange just to get this pawn. All right. Well, actually, this is very exciting because 40 seconds against 26 seconds, no increments, right? So can the lower rated player hold on here? His position is all right. His position is fine. And he's just about to move his queen back or take the pawn. Sort of depends on where their queen goes. On queen d6, he has queen e5. He's totally fine in this rook endgame. In fact, now he's going to be better. What is Benjamin doing? He's just giving up the pawn to lose the rook endgame? That doesn't seem like a great decision. Okay, just d7. d7 is just winning, right? It's just game over. What do I not understand here? Yeah, okay, it's over. Benjamin Bach is losing, but it's a time thing. He's gonna try to flag his opponent. His opponent needs to play fast. Wow. He's got to get the last pawn off the board. Okay, white's not going to lose, but is white going to win? I think white can win. Yeah, I think he has a couple of, he's pre-moving. He should be able to get that checkmate. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And
we had an upset.
It was quite the game, Lawrence.
I missed half of it, huh?
Yeah, there was some interesting stuff, but I would say Beanscreen acquitted himself well in this game.
All right.
Let's see if we got anything left. We don't have a lot of games left. We got runoff.
By the way, Beanscreen is Zachary Tannenbaum. Does that name sound familiar?
Yeah, it does. It actually sounds familiar. He is an American player. I can't, remember his face kind of off the bat, but the name I remember. He's not an old guy. I mean, I would say probably younger than me, maybe. Well,
definitely younger. I've just checked.
Yeah.
Born in the year 2000. No offense.
Yeah.
But
younger, a little younger. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a few.
Only a couple of years, Lawrence. Come on.
But interestingly, his standard rating is 2168. So that's a massive scalp to beat a 26-30 player like Benjamin Bach.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, first of all, the game was just kind of good and interesting and some material imbalance. There was that sacrifice. Benjamin Bach eventually sacked the rook for the knight on e7, Lawrence.
Yeah.
But
he did do that in the end.
Yeah, he did do that. But then the problem was that Zachary Tannenbaum, he sacked back the exchange as well on c5. And so then I don't know, Benjamin made some very strange decisions there and wound up just like losing the rook endgame. All right, so we have Big Fish having 2 points. How's that possible?
Yeah,
Wow,
I think we need to go to. Yeah, no, I think we should probably go to the
leaders, right?
To the leaders, yeah.
All right, let's take a look at Sam Chessmood.
Here we go.
He is from Armenia.
Yes.
We will find out later who exactly that is.
It's Sam. What's his name? Bick will let us know, but I forgot his full name. But he's always up there.
Yes,
that's it. Sam Sahakian.
Oh, Tahir Sahakian. Okay, so that's a young player from Armenia. Okay, cool. Yeah. So he is black in this. I suppose it's a closed Sicilian.
It's one of those weird Sicilians where all of your pieces apparently look like they make sense with white, but actually they don't, and they're all horribly placed. Trust me, I've had these positions, and the comp agrees. The comp just says black is much better. All of black's pieces make sense, and you've got to be careful here as white that you don't just get rushed on the queen side, because you can't break with d4. You can't really do anything. The black pawns are restricting all of your pieces here. So this is a very dangerous position for white.
Oh. By the way, is Gadakamsky playing today?
Gada just already won. He won Biel. He won his game in Biel. He crushed Abdu Saturov.
Isn't the tiger in the hat Tigger Flappy? That's Gadakamsky.
Is it? Also, he finished his game in time for playing this.
Yeah, let's take a look at what he's doing here, because that is, of course, a top player. He's only got 2 points. Yeah, so six pawns for him, but better end game. Okay. He will, of course, try to push for a win in this position. And let's go back to those top games. We have other people on perfect scores and lots of GMs. How about Billy Kimba?
Yeah, Billy Kimber playing against Santo Blue, who's also a very strong grandmaster from
Grandmaster matchup.
Sorry?
Grandmaster matchup.
Yeah, grandmaster matchup, exactly. And Santo Blue is one of the Turkish grandmasters that we're going to be informed of shortly.
Nice.
It is.
And this is a Sicilian Sveshnikov. So that's actually a sharp position. Good to look at. Oh, Sanal. Yes.
Sanal, yeah.
Santo Blue. Okay. And yeah, this is always a fun opening, right? It basically kind of a mainline Sveshnikov. I would say what's a little bit striking about this position is this pawn being on f4, which I guess the combination of pawn f4 and pawn h4 seems a little unusual to me, Lawrence, but not necessarily bad.
I think it's all right. Yeah, it's stable enough with the king on h2.
I like this move. And so black is trying to generate some, I thought he was trying to generate queenside counterplay with a5 and b4, but then he winds up swinging the rook around. So then not really sure why he has that a5 move. And knight e3. Okay, so there's pressure coming against that pawn, but you're not threatening it yet.
Tough position. All of these positions, all of these Sveshnikovs are really, you do need to have a certain acquired taste to play them with both colors. You really need to know them deeply.
What do you like to play against e4, Lawrence?
Against e4?
Yeah.
I wish I knew. I might actually be able to play chess if I had an idea. You're asking the wrong guy. I don't know. I've played it all. I literally haven't got a repertoire.
You don't have an acquired taste for
No,
for
I don't have an acquired. I just, I play absolute nonsense, Irina. That's the problem. As you can imagine. You were a d4 player all your life, right?
Yeah.
Did you
D4.
ever venture out into the e4 streets once or twice?
Yes, I did. Oh,
okay.
I did.
But you were mostly d4, right?
Yeah. The thing is, it takes so much. It takes a lot of time to build an e4 repertoire if you want to play main lines, right? So, I mean, I can't say I would not want to be an e4 player. I always did want to be able to kind of play both, but yeah, I guess what I wound up expanding to actually, Lawrence, is I went from d4, c4, and knight f3 system. So I did make an expansion learning those positions, because that's also quite different. It's not, it's not, there's some overlap, but essentially you're playing different kinds of positions. So that was the extent of where I got to in my expansion of the opening repertoire. Is this the first time that we're commenting together? Asks Flash Shivan.
Good question. It's not, is it?
Well, I feel like if we have, it's been years ago.
Years and years. I think we have before, but it's literally been like 5 years or something.
Yeah, exactly. So much that it's like I have no clear memory of when it was. Did we ever commentate together in the Gibraltar? Or not? No, right?
I think we've commentated online for something, but my memory is foggy.
Yeah. All right. So where is this game going? Black made some adjustments actually with the way his pieces are. He put the rook on g8, and the queen on b8, protecting the pawn on b5. Okay, so here we are. So white's not completely sure what to do either, because they're just moving back their queen.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where there's a lot of shuffling around. It's difficult to shuffle around in sharp positions. It's not an easy thing. It feels as though, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, very difficult to say who I would take here as well in a blitz game, because white's got the eternal weakness on g3, but black's got the king safety issue, and some pieces are a little bit loose. The knight on c6, bishop on e6 is loose. Yeah, white's all got these little peekaboo moves.
I like white. I'm starting to like white a bit more. I didn't really get his whole bishop f8 idea. I think he still wants to go back to f1 and take a look at this pawn, because that's the main problem in black's position.
Yeah, I agree.
He might be threatening to take it immediately, but then you have to calculate a little bit the knight coming in and those squares. So you might want to prepare that with rook f1. But I really don't like the rooks being separated and this bishop being on f8.
Queen c8, defending. Okay. Yeah, I like your rook f1 here, Irina. I think that's the professional move, as Peter Lecco would say. There we go.
How does he save that pawn?
Now he's just threatening to take it, right?
Yeah. You know what's amazing? The computer eval bar is like, it's not giving white some huge advantage. So there must be some move here. Okay, there it is.
That's probably actually forced. That's actually forced.
And finally, a clarification in the center. Black is really tied up protecting this pawn. I would say I love the white knight blockading the passed pawn. The other knight blockading that pawn. So white's knights have outposts here. And king is perfectly placed on h2.
But how to make progress?
Yeah, how to make progress here. You have to figure out which part of the board you're actually trying to play on, because should you switch your attention to the queen side, where you have that 3 against 2 majority, or should you play for something like g4, which is, a little bit tough to get in, right? And that's where all of black's pieces are on that part of the board. Well, I'm just voicing my ideas, Lawrence.
No, I know. I just wince slightly. You know, when you go to the dentist and you have your teeth cleaned? Like I went the other week and she got me, and it made me kind of jolt. That's okay, because I make, jolty suggestions every other move. So I drop my piece.
It's just kind of working out this, I think, because the thought process here is interesting, because white really does have to find a plan, and the plan is not so obvious. Sometimes in chess, it's quite obvious where you must play, right? And sometimes you really have to be just like whittling it down by logic. And by the way, on rook h6, the queen still has that square backwards, which is very important because you don't want to stay on g5. And so, okay, white is doubling up the rooks. What does that tell us?
Not very much, because it's facing a brick wall and you can't rejig them. Well, you can put the knight on b6, but it's weird. And okay, a4.
By black.
Interesting. Fixing and saying, I've got no business on the queen. I don't want to break. I just want to limit. Yeah, I like knight b4, Irina.
I don't know. I'm just thinking. I don't even know if I like it. I don't even know if I like it, Lawrence, because then this actually might like queen e2. Yes, this move I like. I was just about to say that. I love that move. I love protecting the knight, and like now knight b4 looks like at least more.
Now you like bishop f1, don't you? Admit it.
But you know what? I do.
I know you do.
I do. I just want to make sure I'm not losing my g3 pawn. See, I might like it a little less.
B5 and with tempo.
But I don't know if I like that because there's bishop f1. This is literally the one source of counterplay that you have.
Yeah, bishop f1, rook g7, queen b5.
And then okay.
But, no, but this can't work for black.
I forgot that you were defending.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. I'm hitting the knight.
Yeah. Okay. So
he played it. Hey, look.
Did he play? He played bishop f1. Yeah.
He did, yeah.
But hold on, this position. Okay, I lost that pawn, and now you want to go rook g2. So I need to find some move here. But I have ideas. But are any of them any good? So is queen b5 the mistake? Queen b5.
He played rook g7. He did it.
We're gonna see this. That's why we're trying to figure this line out. You know. Queen b5.
What?
Put it on the board. Wait, rook g3. Okay.
What?
Okay, yeah, the knight's protecting.
He wants queen c6, queen d8, Irina. He wants to mate the guy.
Queen c6 where? And queen d8. Nice.
He wants to mate the dude.
Nice.
Well, this is where the professional player exchanges queens and then just plays something like bishop b5 and claims that.
The white kind of messed up a little bit, I think, Lawrence, because, here's an important rule in chess, guys, that when you like how things are going for you, you're not really interested in changes. And I feel like we were pretty happy with white's position around here, Lawrence, and maybe white needed to do something other than losing this pawn, because for the moment he can always protect it. So I wonder about the bishop f1. It might have been a bit premature. And Billy Kimba, I wonder who that is. Maybe we can find out who that is.
That's what I was saying. It's Matlikov.
Oh, it's Matlikov, really?
Yeah,
I think that is him in the picture. Okay. Well, now I can understand why he's playing this way, because he's a 2,700 player.
Yeah, but what's going on? Rook g4, is this so clear? Like rook h4, king g1 is not mate. So
but he just gave up a piece, right?
Yeah.
He gave up a piece, the queen d8, there was a checkmate threat, the knight went to g2. All right. Rook g4. So he has a big threat on the board. Actually, the big threat is, wait, what is the big threat?
No, I don't think there is a big. Oh, 93 it didn't like. Let's see. Is it going to just take, and he's just going to take on rook h3. Well, it didn't like that.
Threatening both this and that.
Rook h3 looks. Rook takes d6.
Whoa! But then I go queen h4.
Yeah, and you are actually threatening mate. No.
Yeah.
That's actually the end of the game.
So white has some good move here that we don't see, right? That is the point.
King f2.
Yeah.
And walk.
Wow.
Rook f3 check king e2. Or king e1. King e1 I like.
I mean, it's ugly, but it might just be working. Because
sometimes you've just got to run away, guys.
Yep.
Run away.
That bishop on f8 is actually not really taking part in the attack. These two bishops are not helping the attack very much. Wow. Well, let me see. So what should he have done? Apparently rook h3 was a bad move. So there was something here, Lawrence. There was something here. Was it like this?
I mean, taking the
Maybe.
pawn here,
Maybe
but
it
now
was.
rook takes d6 really does look problematic. No?
Yeah, does it?
I
don't
know,
know.
queen h4, queen f2 again exists.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, checkmate from here, Lawrence. Yeah, beautiful.
I've managed to fall into the same trap.
Yeah, let's show the
twice.
checkmate. Let's show the checkmate because it's actually, I would say it's
Cute.
quite attractive. Yes.
Yeah.
This is quite nice. Wow. So poor Matlikov. I feel bad for him playing such a fancy attack and then letting this king escape. And now.
But now what? Now why does, if we go to the position, why does
attack left?
Stabilized, you know.
And white
Rook
now has
d2.
2 pieces. Yeah, 2 pieces for the rook. There's no attack. He's taking a bunch of pawns. Oh, that's sad. That is definitely quite sad for Matlikov.
I wouldn't use the word sad. I mean, you know, the guy's playing chess in his underpants in, you know, wherever he is drinking coffee. Like, yeah, how bad can it be?
It's really bad. It's really terrible, Lawrence, when you know, make such a big effort to sort of creative sacrifice of a piece and you got that king so close and then you make a dumb move that lets their king escape. It's just the worst.
Irina, when was the last time you had a sleepless night over a chess game?
Oh, well, it probably was a while ago because in my last tournament in the American Cup, it actually went pretty well for me. So I didn't have any sleepless nights there. I mean, I can just tell, I mean, I'm pretty sure I sleep well at night always, Lawrence. That's the thing.
Do you?
I do. Yeah. I'm a good sleeper. Yeah.
Okay.
But I certainly, you know, I remember my last big blunder, and that was against Carissa Yip in the 2021 US Women's Championship, where I just like made, well, one move and I lost a piece. And that was not good. Yeah.
Right. I vaguely remember that actually.
Yeah, I tried out the Caracan. And
I tried that in my last tournament.
Yeah.
No good. No good. No bueno.
Already had kind of a difficult position, and then I topped it off with a blunder. So queen f6. Okay, so he's threatening.
Oh, look at this. Oh no, it doesn't quite work. What a shame. I wanted to suggest bishop e7, rook d8 check. Actually, it's not genius.
You have to watch out for rook takes g2. I mean, it is an idea.
Threat?
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay.
They have to be a little bit careful.
Just take a pawn. No bother.
So just let's look at that. Rook takes g2.
Knight takes.
Yeah, I guess you can even play bishop takes, to be honest, because you do.
Or bishop takes, sorry. Yeah, you snake around with the king. Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, but it's basically black's main active idea.
But black is toast. Here, queen takes e4 is just over. I mean, this is super over.
He's got
now queen d4 check is really over. Yeah, this is
now, but they gotta change their gears and be like, now it's about the time, because it's never really over when you got like 45 seconds of knowing.
True. But rook d5 really does. Knight f5 check is over.
Okay, yeah, knight f5. Yeah, that kind of. I wonder if he will resign or
I
not.
think 6 seconds there. Rook g5
Yeah.
Not much to comment on here, guys.
Okay. Yeah, it was only a time situation. All right. Let's see what else we got. So who is still playing? Wait, we go to games and we got perhaps we take a look at a lot of games are over. Lots of games. Who are the highest rated players? That game went pretty long. Let's take a look at this one. Wash machine. Oh.
Wash machine.
Whoa, 2 rooks against a queen, but Wash Machine is going to lose to ATW. We actually saw him play in the first round against Fedoseev. And Wash Machine...
Is he going to lose?
Yeah, might be winning, but...
there's too many checks, right?
Yeah, there's too many checks.
Flagalicious.
How about 2 Americans here? We got Maddie D. Perrine and Navin P. Someone won on time. Black won on time, I guess, or white resigned before losing on time. Okay, black won. So I think basically this round is coming to an end. Guys, how many people did we have on 4 points? We got 3 players on a perfect score. So there's 5 more games left. From the past experience, we know that you need 7.5 points to qualify from this event. So these players, of course, are in a good position. And there's a lot of good players that have half a point less. Like there's a big pack there. And a lot of good players even on 3 out of 4. Like Big Fish, Fedoseev, like Jospin, like Jerebuch. I mean, just Oparin has 3 out of 4. So super competitive. And these players are fighting for every half a point. We are going to take a short break, guys, and come back to you with the next 5 games of this Global Chess Championship.
See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Global Chess Championships here on Chess.com. I'm International Master Lawrence Trent, joined by the one and only Grandmaster Irina Krush. We are we've just had round 4. We're on to round 5. Irina, a lot of upsets, a lot of drama, lots of ups and downs, but plenty of chess to go.
Yeah, this is a very difficult tournament to qualify from. Just 2 places for the qualifiers, and so many strong players, so many GMs, and so many non-titled players that are giving them a hard time as well, Lawrence. So we have seen GMs give up half points here and there. And this is a match between 2 leaders. We got Last Gladiator. I believe that's a gladiator with a flag of Azerbaijan, playing his compatriot G. Gusenov. And G. Gusenov has played in this tournament many times, right? And I can share with you his record. He got 4th place in the most recent global championship, 2nd place in the 5th one, but he lost in the playoffs. So I guess he finished 3rd, and tied for the 1st in number 4, but lost on the tiebreak and again in the playoff. Wait, that's terrible. I mean, that guy is the unluckiest player ever. I almost have to start crying when I read this this record.
Yeah, I mean, he's got so close on so many occasions, hasn't quite pushed through, but he's got a lot of tournaments left, and he's playing here against Last Gladiator. Last Gladiator, by the way, is Aydin Suleimani. Is that a name that rings a bell, Irina?
Yeah, it rings a bell as one of those young players that I just don't know. That's right, Lawrence.
I think he's the next big thing out of Azerbaijan. He's been doing extremely well, got his Grandmaster title now. Was an IM for a while, but he was just crushing GMs in big European tournaments, and now obviously become a Grandmaster. But my question to you is, looking at this game, Irina, what is his pawn doing on A4? What is that doing there? That's not supposed to be there. That's supposed to be back on A2, so you can prepare some A3, B4 stuff.
Yeah,
and now
but it's totally fine because White is going to be castling queenside, Lawrence. So there is not going to be the opening of the queenside as White often does in the King's Indian. And by the way, so not only is this a game between 2 top players, but I chose this game also because it's got one of the most fun openings in chess, the King's Indian defense. So let's quickly go through these moves. White went H3, bishop E3, A6. Okay, that's how this happened. This weird move A4 that we don't really see much from White in the King's Indian. And then the center got closed up, and we start going into more familiar waters. But yeah, that A4 pawn, of course, does make a pretty weird impression. You know, sometimes, by the way, Lawrence, there are lines where Black just lets this knight get captured and even sacrifices a pawn in order to play F5. I don't know if he thought about that, but he just went back with the knight and tried to play for F5 anyway. White positioned the rook on the G file to make it a little bit harder, and lots of action here in this game. White gave up the bishop for the knight, which it is a pretty common idea in these positions, although in the King's Indian, White tends to really value this bishop. Why does he give up the bishop for the knight? Because, well, it's actually a good question. It's about the E4 square, I think, primarily, that knight puts pressure on that square. Also, he maybe could have waited until F4 happened before playing that move. But he took.
No, but this is very standard to then secure that square, as you said, Irina. And as you'll see in the current position, we have a really interesting face-off, 2 bishops against 2 knights, but the knights securing the White position, blockading the position. Of course, if that e-pawn were to disappear off the board, in fact, if Black could play a move here, it would be E5 to E0, removing that pawn from the board, so we could have open lines. But in chess, so far, you can't just throw your own pieces away, which is a real shame.
This is what we're going to see in this game, Lawrence.
No, we're not.
Oh, we will. Well,
really?
Okay. Hold on. Well, 1 second. Well, let's talk about it. We might see other ideas like
I tell you what, if we see that, I will invite you to the finest dinner in that queens can offer. Are you in Queens?
Am I in Queens? Oh, where in Brooklyn am I? I'm in Brooklyn, actually.
Oh, you're in Brooklyn.
I'm in Brooklyn.
The finest spaghetti house. No,
Steakhouse,
Greek, whatever. If King D1, because the problem is, don't you get hit by some Rook A6 stuff? I mean,
okay, I'm going to explain to you why I was thinking about such a move, right? The problem for white, it's like 100% king safety. That actually black's king on H8 is completely secure. White's king on E1 really in the way, not allowing the rooks to be connected. And so I would love to see that king on B3 and like A2. That would be the dream. If that was a situation, I think we would see a different evaluation by the engine. But the problem for white is how to go there when this bishop is raking the board. Lawrence, I'm getting my dinner.
Oh no.
I'm getting my dinner. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's just like my lucky day, Lawrence.
It's got to make its way out to B3, elsewhere.
No. We're going to go replay and we're going to say, if I see King D1 on the board, I'm getting.
I said the king on B3 because I was talking about Rook A6 and stuff.
We're gonna go through that replay. I hope someone gets that prepared. Maybe someone can make a clip out of that because
I hope not.
Because I really want that dinner, Lawrence.
I know you do, and the dollar is bloody expensive at the moment as well. So.
Yeah.
Bishop G6 on the board. Now, does King C2 work? Or does it run into Rook takes F2? Hold on. Rook takes F2.
Yeah, Rook takes F2. Yeah, it does win, right? So we can't go there. That's a problem. Black is stopping that king from running away. Yeah, he wasn't interested, right, in this pawn. No one cared about that little guy over here. Gusenov is just trying to keep that king from getting to that B3 square.
Oh, he might go now.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah.
But I don't think he goes to B3 now. He's going to go, he's going to swing. No.
He'll stay on C2. He'll stay on C2, but this is still a safe square. Like if he needs to, he'll go there, but he can also stop where he is.
Yeah.
A $3,000 tomahawk steak. He said it. Justin says he said it. All right. We're getting some confirmation here.
Okay. Yeah. $3,000 now is like 3,000 euros. So it's quite a serious deal.
Well, you know, the thing is, Lawrence, that I actually like making bets. I don't know if you knew that about me, but
I didn't know that.
I make $1 bets all the time on the show.
Oh, right. You probably don't know, but I've got a bit of a history myself. I don't know if you knew that, but
you know, I think I vaguely know, without any details.
I've had a few $1 bets in my life. Okay, Rook F4. On the board, Rook G1, and this is what we're going to see. And I think the king is going to slink out to B1 rather than B3 if it needs to. But my question is, does white just have sufficient grip, sufficient control to claim?
Let me just bring this moment back again, because this was quite a glorious moment. Rook takes G6, right? Exchange, sacrifice. I love positional exchange sacrifices, Lawrence, one of my favorite things in chess. And what wouldn't you do to secure the light squares and to secure the safety of your king? It's a small price to pay for many, many good things coming your way as a result. And yeah, now I would say that all of white's pieces are at least looking quite good. And the dark squared bishop is not the most impressive minor piece. The queen trade is very understandable that Gusenov has just put on the board, and if I was white, I would try to find a way to avoid it.
Yeah.
But the problem is this queen wants to come in. So yeah, you want to try to avoid it, but like where, you know, you can't let this queen come in and just start giving up squares to your opponent.
Rook G6, King H7, I guess. Rook E6, is that what he wants?
Yeah, so King H7 makes sense. Rook E6, yeah, I would say that also makes sense.
Maybe he'll go Bishop G7 to save a tempo here, actually.
Bishop G7, yeah, so you don't lose the bishop or the pawn. Yeah, the thing is, it's like, it's not easy for white because this knight is completely tied down to protecting the other knight, and this knight really has nowhere to move. So, you know, the idea was nice, I think, of the exchange sack. In a way, it was made out of necessity, right? Because there was just no other way to it was no other way to secure the king. But still, white probably doesn't have quite enough compensation here. Yes, Rook H4. This is a very powerful rook, I have to say. Degen
Yeah.
like. Yeah, I would say, would you call yourself a degen, Lawrence?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
In the you know, in the purely
In
in the pure sense of the term, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, when I think of the word degen, I mean, I think about crypto because that's like a big word in crypto. Do you know anything about that, Lawrence?
Wouldn't have any idea about the houses I've lost on it. No. No idea. Yeah. No. Yes. I'm
Oh, you
fully
do know
aware of.
something about crypto. Come on, fess up, Lawrence. Tell me what
I
you
was
know.
trading Bitcoin in 2017 on BitMEX when it was
Well, why didn't you
overloading.
tell me about this, Lawrence? I had to wait so many years to discover Bitcoin.
Yeah, but you're talking to the wrong guy. I managed to short it all the way up to 20K in 27. That's how bad. Anyways, don't matter. We're good.
You were shorting it, and it had in 2017. It had a high of 20K, right?
Yeah, but I bought it at $600. Anyways, that's another story. That's a lifetime ago. It's like 6 years ago, whatever. We've had like COVID and war since then, so we're all good. I do not endorse any form of degenerate behavior anymore.
Have you become boring?
No, I am not boring. Yeah, not at all. Not at all. I hope not. I mean, who am I? I can't judge myself. Ask Vic. Ask our producer. He knows.
All right. So let's get back to this position. It seems like while white has won this pawn, now the rook's under attack. Where is it going to go? Rook e6. And the problem is he's going to lose this pawn. I mean, I still give black better chances. Gusenov has a little bit less time, but I don't think it's going to be significant.
Yeah. Tricky position still. I would be very capable of losing this with black. That much I do know. But I probably would take black. Yeah, rook e6. Okay. I feel as though now we really need to find just a few. Like, is it worth throwing in b6 here, or rook takes c4? That's much better.
Yeah, this is interesting, Lawrence. But we're gonna take just a quick look at what is going on. With the other perfect score, Santo Blue actually just won against Marco Real, so that's a big deal. He moves on to 5 points, and he is the first leader at 5 out of 5. And we'll see if Last Gladiator can join him. So let's go to back to that game. Last Gladiator and Gusenov. So actually, Last Gladiator is the only one who can get a perfect score, but he's the one in the worst position. So there might be that Sanap is going to be the sole leader at 5 out of 5, and a lot of people chasing him at 4.5 out of 5.
Yeah, we will see, and of course, tons of play left with 4 more games after this. So. Plenty can happen, but white giving some checks. Is this so easy? If I just go check, what does black actually want to do here? He might just repeat. Gadia might just be thinking, you know what? It's a little bit tricky. King g5 h4, king g5 knight, sorry, e4, knight 5 e4, king h7. There's another check. What?
Okay.
The knight is hanging. Sorry, I beg your pardon. But there's some knight, so he's calculated knight d3, bishop g7, and everything's okay. He does take, okay. He'll take another pawn, okay.
Okay, I mean, this rook is a little bit in a weird position at the moment, and white does want to get a lot of pawns off the board, but now it's probably time to activate this rook, right? She's probably thinking about that because, yeah, okay, well, it's maybe not too active, but it does protect the pawn.
Yeah. King d3 I like very much. Getting out the pin, centralizing the king, protecting the e4 square. This stuff I kind of like.
There's almost some sort of tactics here.
E6.
Actually, if they take the pawn, can't you like throw in that move?
That's nasty.
Yeah, that's what
That's
Black's
really
trying to
nasty.
do. That's what's really behind this c6 move. It's not an innocent pawn trade offer. So he wants to just capture the pawn, get two connected passed pawns here.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Makes
nice.
a whole bunch of sense. Yeah, rook h7, king g6. Now, I was wondering, rook c7, clever. Pinning in a very unusual way.
And on e4, there's king d4, I guess.
Yeah, and on rook d8, I also have king e4. cd5, I'm blundering the same tactic from a different direction.
What does he want to do, though? Is he trying? He's not really trying to take the pawn. So maybe you just move the king, Lawrence. But
yeah, just don't go to e4 and blunder the same tactic.
Yeah, rook c4. He's gonna use that chance.
Now you can take on c6. After rook
then
c4.
You can, yeah. I think.
And then
I think you'll want to get that rook out of there. Like that must be an important move for him, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And now he wants to take on d5, so white takes like that. Interesting decision by Gusenov. You see, very important one. He decides to keep two rooks on the board, right? Well, this move is clearly inferior because white could even just get that pawn. So he takes like that, but I think in general, black does want to have these two rooks for maximal threats.
Right.
So I think Gusenov is going to take this game. There are under a minute, though.
King d3. Good move.
There's a little bit of pressure on the clock.
Okay, now king c2, professional. Protect b2, get out of rook takes h3 check.
Yeah.
Oh, or you take him.
Yeah, but black
rook takes b2?
Oh, he's giving a b2 pawn, huh?
Oh, king f5 I don't like. That looks far too refined for such a position.
Maybe rook c5, try to go after this guy. Because you can't really save all your pawns. Oh, okay, knight d1.
Knight d1 is a very interesting move. I like it, actually. Knight e3 check.
Knight e3, yeah, knight e3.
Knight e3.
He just wants to defend these guys. Okay, white actually has chances for a
draw. Yes.
But he's probably going to get flagged.
b3.
10 seconds is a lot. And this.
Yeah, he's going to get flagged. You're right.
Right. I mean, at this point, Gusenov is just going to switch from winning on the board to winning on the clock. Why not? Although he's managing to do both. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice advantage. That king is going to be dominant, and sure. Rook d8 at some point, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. You've got 15 extra seconds.
Yeah, although, yeah, this pawn is giving white some chances.
No chances.
Yeah, there's chances, but no time. He's going to get him.
Rook c4. Check, rook c4.
And Gusenov, I just feel like with so much.
Rook d7, yeah.
Yeah, he got the knight. But nice game by Gusenov. I think this was quite an interesting game, and I definitely like to see the King's Indian on the board, Lawrence.
Yes, absolutely.
That is one of my favorite things. So let me just find us. Okay, I think we're already on to the next round. So let's take a look at the standings. We got one player on a perfect score, and that is Sanap from Turkey. And we have a lot of players. So like 1, 2, 3, 4 players following him. There's an Azerbaijani, there's a Ukrainian, I see. And
two Azerbaijanis. We've got my boy Ralph Mamedov. Baku Boulevard.
Who is Baku Boulevard?
Ralph Mamedov.
Oh, he's playing a Ukrainian. Okay, let's take a look here. Rauf Mamedov. So,
this is him playing against Santa Blue. This is the game. Okay. We should stick here.
Perfect. Let's stick to this one. Yeah, he's a very well-known, good blitz player, Rauf Mamedov.
Very, very strong.
And yeah, he's going to try to take over the lead from Sanap. And we have what looks like some kind of Sicilian Rosalimo that this was. Bishop e3. So interesting structure. black has 2 bishops, white's got open f-file, white's got some play on the king side. They have a better center. So there's a big imbalance in this position, and that's always makes for an interesting game.
Absolutely. Optically, this always looked for me good to black. I mean, you put the stabilize, you can put the bishop on e6. I always felt like this particular line looked pleasant for black, but it's possible that I'm just really not very bright. Rook f2, rook f1 is definitely the way, one of the ways to go here.
Yeah, I also think like the question is, this knight, right, is a very good piece. Do we have any ways of getting rid of him? Are there possibilities later on of playing a c3? That would be a question. Another question for me, Lawrence, is what we're doing with this knight, because obviously the plan was to go there, but you are always getting captured. So you're not going to leave the knight on h2 forever. So then the question is, well, what's the plan for him?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Oh, look at that. Radjabov just pulled out of the Olympiad. Justin, bringing us a lot of news. How? I wonder why. Why would you pull out of the Olympiad?
He was, so he just, I was commentating the another event and he just pulled out. It was the
Grand Chess Tour. There was some sort of rapid.
No, the Meltwater.
Meltwater. Yes, yes. He had some sort of was it? Did he have some kind of health issue in the middle?
No idea. Yeah, some health issue, but we're really not sure what that was. And now he's pulled out of the Olympiad.
Olympiad, yeah. Huh. Well, hopefully he's going to be feeling better and we'll back in action. He had a good candidates tournament. It was nice to see him do well and turn around what started out as a pretty bad event for him and wind up finishing tied for 3rd place with Hikaru Nakamura. So Lawrence, let me get your thoughts on the whole World Championship match situation with Carlsen declining to play, and now there's going to be this match between Ding and Nepo. And I also feel like someone like Hikaru must be feeling a little bit left out, and feeling like how, I just gave up the chance at a match in this last game. So what is your take on all of these kind of like 3 or 4 actors in this play?
Well, I was on a podcast called The Late Night, which is with Grandmaster David Hall and Askild Bryn, which actually takes place in Norway when I was there. And, Magnus was talking about this. And at the time, a lot of people said, no, he's bluffing. It's just psychological tricks. He's going to play, of course. He's the world champion. I said, what has he actually got to gain by all of this? It's not like it's his first rodeo. And I said, I believe there were a number of opponents that he would have accepted against, namely Fruja, namely Nakamura, namely maybe somebody like a Rapport potentially. And I said that if there were other players that won, predominantly Nepomniachtchi or somebody like a Radjabov, that he just wasn't going to play. And I don't think he's motivated to play another match. He just doesn't like it. He said he doesn't like the process. It takes 6 months out of your life. He's got nothing left to prove in that sense. And the burden is huge. And I fully understand it. And Naka now will feel rather sick because that was his chance somehow. I mean, but it is what it is. We are living in unusual times, and Ding against Nepomniachtchi is going to be a very unusual, a very weird matchup for me. 2 completely different styles, and it's going to be one where either Ding wins by a small margin or Nepomniachtchi blows him out the water. That's how I view it. Because I think Ding is
interesting. I'm reading in our chat, and I've heard is that Hikaru thinks that Magnus would have played the match if he would have finished 2nd. So now I wonder what is the reasoning for that? Is the point of such a statement that Hikaru thinks Magnus dislikes him so much that he would want to deprive him of a match for the World Championship? I'm trying to understand what would be the reasoning. Like, why would Magnus play a match simply if it was not Ding, but Hikaru that was qualified, because that feels, I mean, I would say that feels a little vindictive, and I'm not even really sure that Magnus like thinks that way. I don't know. What do you think, Lawrence?
Yeah, I think he would have definitely, because look, I mean, when Hikaru called Magnus Sauron back in 2016 or whenever it was, and there's been a bit of, there's been a bit of rivalry. I think it would have hurt a lot just to give, Hikaru basically, I guess Hikaru still would have had to have played, but I don't think he would want to give Hikaru the satisfaction of getting the easy ticket to becoming world champions. I mean, I think it would have been a little bit different. Also, commercially speaking, I think that match would have been so huge for both players. I mean, that could have raised.
For who? For like Naka and Nepo?
No, I'm saying, no, Naka against Nepo, I think would be actually a huge success as well.
Yeah.
Commercially, anything with Hikaru, will
I agree.
garner tons of action. Anyways, yeah, I mean, at least Magnus is a man. I mean, at least now you can't say that he's full of it. I mean, he said he really probably wasn't going to play, and he's followed through. So he's a man that sticks by his principles.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting subject. I guess I think maybe the question is not so much him continuing to play these matches, because I totally understand why he would want to eliminate that from his life. If it's quite a burdensome thing every 2 years to go through that. And he's been doing that for a decade now. I guess one question is sometimes, you have the right strategy, Lawrence, and then you have to think about, but you also have to execute properly, right? So were there better ways for him to execute this strategy? Like, perhaps just, proposing a different format, like immediately, like after his match with Nepo, to just come out and say, like, instead of saying, well, if it's this guy or that guy, I might play, but if someone else, I might not play. And it's like, that way no one really knows, and like no one knows how much of an issue it is. And then maybe if he would have just said, like, look, these are my conditions, like this is what kind of format I want to play no matter who it is. And then it would be announced well before the candidates, right? Maybe there would have been more of a room of a window for FIDE to do something. Because I do feel like at this late stage in the game, once the candidates has finished, like, what can FIDE do? Like, because even if Magnus doesn't like the idea of playing classical, but the other player has been promised a classical match, right? So I feel like maybe that could have been a bit of an improvement to at least put his position out there publicly, very clearly, like way before. And maybe something could have been resolved, because it's excluding him completely from like the world championship cycle. It is a lose for chess.
Yes. I mean, for sure, I think it doesn't benefit the game.
Yeah.
So I agree with you wholeheartedly. Should we get back into this game though? Because we've got a very interesting position on the board here, where I have to say, I think Baku Boulevard has done extremely well, don't you? As Black.
I agree. I mean, how has he built up that amazing space advantage on the king side? So he did go f5 on rook f2. Okay, fine. So all of that is quite understandable. Okay. But the question is, how did he get that pawn to f4? That's what I want to know. b3, okay, that's a bit of a weird move, but I guess he was concerned about c4 ideas. And just f4. Oh, wow. And then there's no way to really win this pawn, because on knight g5, which is actually probably what happened, there's just h6. Wow.
Yep.
I love what Black has here. The space advantage is another one of my favorite things in chess, Lawrence, apart from the positional exchange sack. And yeah, Black has a beautiful space advantage.
So you like positional exchange sacks, and what was the other thing? Sorry?
Space advantage.
Space advantage. Okay,
and
wow.
As we go on, Lawrence, I can reveal more of the things
I
that
mean,
I like in chess.
I mean, you're not high maintenance. That's what I'm getting from all this.
No, I'm kind of high maintenance. No, I like my space. I like my bishop pair. Yeah.
I mean,
maybe those are two.
Irina, if girls told me that they only, they're happy with just having a bit of a space advantage and you know,
You would
my
be
life
like,
would have
here's
been
the extra room in the house, just take it.
right. True, actually. Hold on. Yeah, let me think about that. Maybe the space advantage isn't so simple. But this is domination. Look at this. And now the knight slinking its round to g7 to h5 maybe, and just poking its nose out and saying knight g3 is in existence. So g3, this is a very timely, probably a very well-timed move actually by Sanal to try and break things up there.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. I see like our chat has also has some thoughts on the whole topic of Magnus and the World Championship match. Self-Destroyer says Magnus doesn't hate Hikaru as much as Hikaru thinks. There's mutual respect, even if Hikaru ends up being the punching bag. Well, I kind of agree with that. I mean, I'm sure that Magnus has respect for Hikaru, and I don't feel like Magnus is sitting out there like, you know, spending his time disliking people, especially fellow chess players. That's my feeling, Lawrence. What do you think?
Yeah, well,
do you have some insight on that?
No, look, I am, you know, in all these years, you know, I've learned how to be a bit more of a politician. So I'm going to.
You're going to not say anything. All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's go back to this position.
Actually, yeah, he's managed to get a knight to f5. That's pretty good.
Yeah, g3 was probably quite a clever move, undermining this structure. And I mean, White has certainly improved his position with that. I like that. I mean, still, okay, still King is a little bit weak, but I would say, I guess for both sides, King is a problem.
Yeah, there's massive improvement for White. Probably not much more than that, though. It feels like it should be a draw. You know, with best play, it feels like it's just about level.
Yeah, Lawrence, what is the space advantage? Is it just room the King has to move around? Because we have an audience.
Not when I've shared my apartment. If the bathroom was my sacred spot, but if we're talking about the chessboard, the space advantage from a purely technical theoretical perspective is the territory you've gained as a result of the advancement of pawns. It's actually nothing to do with how far your pieces can move or how far your king can move. It's all about pawn, sort of the territory gained by pawns. And of course, the space advantage, Irina has been talking about how glorious it is and how she loves the space advantage. But the space advantage has got both a good side and a bad side, because sometimes you can get this great space and squeeze your opponent. But on the other hand, sometimes you leave a lot of space behind the pawns, which then your opponent can use to kind of get in around the back. If you can, you know, you're not an NFL fan, are you, Irina? I can imagine you're not really a football gal. Are you? Maybe you are. I don't know.
No, you got me on that one,
okay.
Lawrence, correctly.
Well,
yeah,
you know how like
I'm an
you
NFL fan, yeah.
You can throw balls over the top. The quarterback can, you know, throw one if you're too advanced. All that space behind, finding holes, it's that sort of thing. So the space has got the good side and the bad side. For example, in this position, White has actually got a space advantage in the center, but you can see the f4 square, the f3 square, the g3 square. There are all these holes everywhere. Once you move pawns forwards, they don't go back. So you always got to be careful. So I actually still prefer black here, although I feel as though White is just solid enough to hold.
Yeah, I agree with you, Lawrence. This king worries me a bit. And of course, the active black queen is a problem. Actually, black's king is doing some cool stuff over here. Is he trying to walk over to b7? I think he might be. Do you want to make another dinner bet on that, Lawrence? Because maybe lunch. I also need to eat lunch as well.
Yeah, we could do lunch, dinner. Why don't you just take me to Atlantic City and just clean me out once and for all?
Well, I hope you. I mean, are you doing well with your crypto holdings?
Yeah,
right
I'm doing great.
Sure,
you know, I'm living the life of Riley, commentating here. Yeah, I was going beautifully. I mean, you know, no. Look. We'll be back.
I've already got the lunch. There's the lunch. That's good.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm good for the lunch. I'm good. You know, we're good for lunch, dinner. You name it. I'm down. I'm down. Just take it all now. Just save me the bother.
Well, I'm joking.
What's the lunch bet? I'm curious. Did I lose the dinner bet? Is that confirmed? Has somebody got notes on that?
On what?
On the dinner bet. Have I lost that?
Yeah, we haven't had the clip yet. I don't know. I hope that clip
Okay.
appears. But we can always rewatch it, Lawrence. I know that these videos get posted on YouTube where we can easily find them.
Yeah.
And do that replay.
Okay.
And so we have queen. Okay, the king is on b7. The queen just came out to h5, trying to go to f7. Oh, little trick. You couldn't take the pawn because of knight h3. Wow, the king made it to a6. Look at that. Beautiful. King safety, guys, such a big deal in chess.
Really is. Is that your third favorite thing in chess?
King safety, yeah.
Yeah.
I do like my king to be safe, yes. Got to take care of the big guy.
There you go.
I mean, Lawrence, do you think we might see this in the game? That's a question.
We might do. I mean, you can't do it immediately because the queen takes a7 check, but it's definitely up there. But actually, as white here, how do you defend the h3 pawn? Like knight takes h.
Yeah, this is the threat. Is there b5?
There's this.
Is that the point?
Is he going to go b5?
Oh, is there king a5? King a5 is also, yeah, okay. He went
b5.
He went b5. Okay. This king's a little more open now, but sure. I mean, he must be taking this pawn, right? Or knight e2. There's not really any point to go knight e2, I think. There's no big benefit.
Queen c3. Okay.
Yeah, so he's actually thinking about checkmate.
No, this is very dangerous for white. I mean, this
might be just checkmate in two.
It's just mate.
Yeah.
Ralph Mamedov.
Oh, nice stuff by him. Yeah, I do like how he has played this game, and that king march was really quite nice. Everything beautiful, like king f2. Okay, let's find the checkmate, Lawrence. Is it check?
Queen e1?
Yeah, you can also
queen f2 and just gh4 is good enough.
Take the knight in some way, but
just with the g pawn.
Yeah, but he has to make sure that there's no
we're getting.
I guess the king can hide on b4, I guess, but he needs to think about this.
Yes.
I would also say, Lawrence, you might even just take the free pawn on h3. Why not? Wait, there's almost like a way to win the queen. He can also make sure like he's looking at that relationship here. Yeah, he took the pawn. Right. Okay.
Yeah, this is also good.
Does he just want to take a bunch of pawns?
Just take all your pawn. Queen c2,
yeah.
Just take it all.
Take them all with check. That makes sense, doesn't it? Okay. Ooh. Oh, the computer really didn't like that move. Wow.
What, knight h3? It shot up to e. Knight h3 is so weird.
Yeah, it was.
Why
weird.
would you
Why
play
didn't
knight
take some more pawns? Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just take a pawn with check?
What is? Okay, there's checkmate.
He takes h3, g4 mate.
Yeah. Wow. Wait. Where is the checks? Queen c3. Did he just get him?
No, he's okay. b5's a hangout.
Wow, he's still gonna win. I mean, he's still winning. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
He's winning because the time situation is just dominating.
Brutal stuff. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I don't really know why white's playing on here, but whatever.
Black does a fun breakthrough to win the game and takes over the lead. So now 5.5 points out of 6 is the leading score. We have someone named Shield. Shield is I
don't know Shield. Actually.
All right. Let's take a look. By the way, Darrow is still playing King and Pawn Endgame. Oh wow, Darius Schwiertz is up a pawn in the King and Pawn Endgame, but having trouble winning because Black's pawns are actually really good. Was there some kind of f5? Is that it? They need to watch out for it. There was f5, wasn't it? Didn't Darius have this idea? This king can never go to c4. It needs to stay in the 5th rank. It cannot go there. F5. He found it. He knew it. Yeah, you don't get that chance to a grandmaster for the second time. You gotta watch for those pawn breakthroughs. Mamedov did it, and Darrow did it. And now Darrow is, he's winning. He's queening or mating. Oops.
Okay. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we do actually have another break after round 6. It's a slightly odd format, but we're going to go for another very, very short break. So at the moment, it's Shield and Baku Boulevard leading the way on 5.5 out of 6, followed by a bunch of players on 5. We'll be back in just a few minutes for the final 3 rounds. Who's going to qualify from this tournament? We'll soon find out. See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Global Chess Championships here on Chess.com. Just a quick overview of the timeline of things before we get into round 7. We are still in the Open Qualifier phase, meaning that if you're not a titled player, you can still try and qualify for this play-in phase, which is what we're covering today, where we have a bunch of very strong grandmasters, international masters, fighting it out with players from the Open Qualifier phase to go to the knockout phase, which is going to take place between September 14th and October 9th. That's when the big bucks really start to matter. And then the finals in Toronto, Canada, where top prize is $200,000 US, which is much more than it was like a year ago. You know, those dollars really mean something nowadays, guys. The euro at some point was trading less than $1.
But only relatively speaking, Lawrence. Only more relatively speaking compared to other currencies, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Other than that, you know, hasn't been the best time for the dollar either. So yeah, what do we got here? This is our top board. These players are in 5.5 out of 6. And we had a C3 Sicilian by Rauf Mamedov. Yes, I do recall that is something he specializes in. And we have a very unusual position in the opening off the bat. So I think this promises a very interesting game.
Yeah, we've got a weird C3 Sicilian as well. I've not seen this exact position before. I don't know quite how we got exactly here.
I can walk you through it. These
walk me through.
Standard. And black went D6 instead of D5. Okay. This is normal. Knight A3, bishop F5. So I don't know about this move. I'm just not so familiar with these
Me neither.
intricacies. Queen C6, certainly. Okay.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, you're hitting G2 and the knight. So wow. I mean, okay, I don't even pretend to know what's going on. I suppose Queen D4 is the point and threatening some kind of Knight C7 mate. I would think that's why black did not wind up taking that. Still
unclear what happens after Knight A6 there, but let's just trust them. They know what they're doing.
E6, and now white develops. So white has sacked a pawn. He still hasn't captured back this pawn on D4. And now he might be down 2 pawns, but of course, you know, black, there's no way black's taking that pawn and helping the white bishop develop to a glorious diagonal. So black pins instead.
I've just had a eureka moment, actually.
Tell us.
Irina. Who was it that said pawns are the soul of chess?
Francois-André Philidor.
Is that why I like giving up my pawns? Because I've got no soul.
Yeah.
Is that it? I don't know, but I would do something similar to what white did here. But you've got to make this initiative count. But look at the state of that. My goodness. Look at that structure, Irina. That is uglier than your average painting at your local Berlin Contemporary Art Museum.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not such a fan of, what is it?
The contemporary art?
Yeah, contemporary art. I guess it's just the paint splashed on a canvas.
You're lucky if you get paint nowadays. It's more.
It could be other things fluid. As well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Well, actually, black is looking pretty solid because it looks like white's initiative is evaporating because black is about to castle. So Queen D7 is an obvious move. Yeah, Queen D7 is obvious. Is there A5? That's what he's planning, isn't it? He's trying to sneakily win that queen. I get it.
That's nasty.
Yeah, queen so C5. Black did not fall for that. Now I would say this, maybe the knight kind of queen gets cut off after knight B5. So I do like the queen on that part of the board more. Right? As long as there's no sack on E6.
There might be a sack. I mean, I would consider it, but I probably wouldn't go through with it. A bit like marriage.
Yeah,
no, I'm joking.
I was gonna say, yeah, I had a feeling you were going in that direction.
I've been there, done that. No, it's all good. She's not watching. So Queen H5. I think she's not watching. Pretty sure. F4 on the board. I like this move a lot more because now you threaten F5 at the right moment. So Queen G6.
Yeah, but this is kind of rather miserable for White, right? White is just down a pawn going into the end game out of desperation, I would say. Sure, I mean, there's ideas of F5. Of course, you have the two bishops. There is still, you got a decent amount of development, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, like right now, even what are you doing exactly about like these threats?
Well, it's one of those where, black stabilizes. It's just really bad news.
Yeah, I don't really understand anything. Isn't that just like another free pawn for black?
I mean, it looks gross for White now.
And he will happily take that pawn because that pawn is threatening to go to A5 and black doesn't want to let that happen. So you might as well kill two birds with one stone.
Totally agree.
What is the plan? I mean, I suppose it must be F5.
Got to be F5.
And then
there's no other move here.
That.
Yeah, but at least you loosen him up a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, wow. But Mr. Shield, he's still thinking about this. Like to him, taking that pawn is not such an obvious proposition.
So wait a second. You're doing me for a tomahawk steak. And is that accompanied by anything? Or like, do you drink wine and things like that? Or are you teetotal?
I'll try not to order the most expensive bottle. Okay, Lawrence.
Okay. No, just a bottle now. It's not even a glass. All right.
Well, I assume you'll want to drink something too, right? So it should
I'll have to just to get through it, the pain.
Is it really your decision to not go through with the exchange if the other person just declines it? Okay, I'm so surprised. I just don't understand. Why was it so dangerous to take this pawn? What am I not seeing here, Lawrence? Just
good question. Why didn't he play knight a4?
It's really an important pawn, and the computer engine seems to like taking it. So quite surprising. Okay, castle, sure, I get it, but this pawn is going to live. I mean,
yeah.
Yes,
now you can actually, A4. Yeah, he wants to play. He wants to give White absolutely sort of no sniff of an initiative, basically, but. I don't know. It's not so easy. A5 knight, yeah.
And Rove is thinking here. So, in this game,
A5.
he's really giving up 2 minutes on the clock, which I think is a lot. I mean, yeah, I know his position's not good, but I suppose, A5, just knight D5. And there's not a lot to look forward to for White here, but I don't know, maybe F5. Just throw in your lot with that move.
Yeah, I think, but knight F5. Okay.
Okay, so this happened. Okay, this happened. Knight F5.
This is a cheeky move because now knight takes E3 is actually met by knight takes E7 check. That might not be the end of the story even. It's weird because it looks like we
trapped, yeah?
Yeah, we blunder a piece, but we actually trap our own knight. But we do win at least a pawn, and so I guess knight takes e3 is not a possible move. Wow. Hello.
Yeah, we're gonna see it, or maybe I don't know which rook is gonna go. I guess he can do either rook. He actually can do. Yeah, he doesn't really mind the trade. After king d8, he will win that knight. Wow, it's just a very quite cool idea by Shield to trap in this knight, temporarily giving up a piece. I like it. I mean, he's up a pawn in the end game. And not only that, but White has still many pawn weaknesses in the position. Okay, so he's still going to be down a pawn. I think, of course, that's correct to try to give up the knight like that.
Rook d1 is clever. That's a clever.
Yeah, because he's trying to at least make this knight be passive. Although I suppose you have to go for that, don't you? Like if you don't take this pawn, then you're going to have nothing.
Yeah. I guess, is there any cute, does it make sense to play king c7 first? I guess not, because then No, probably not.
Kamsky missed the first round, is on 5.5 out of 7 now. Yeah, so he's got a chance if he wins his next 2 games. Kamsky.
Are you going to dip your toe in the water, Irina, and play the?
Well, here's the issue. Here's the small little problem, Lawrence. Yeah. I would definitely love to play in the global championships, but I'm leaving to the Olympiad on Monday evening. So that's gonna kind of narrow my opportunities to play in this event because it ends on August 5th, and that's basically while I'm still going to be in Chennai. So I'm not sure unless I play on Monday, which is a little tricky given that I have to pack and get myself out the door.
Yes.
For a 3-week trip, you know. Yeah, it might be. Yeah.
Are you excited about the Olympiad?
Oh yeah, I am excited. By the way, Lawrence, any chance you're going to be there?
I'm not. If I'm not, unfortunately, I did get asked to go, but unfortunately, already made some other plans, and it's a bit far. So I won't be going to Chennai now. But
that's a pity. So
I will be following. It's a pity.
Yeah, again, Olympiad is such a fun tournament. So they went to this line that we were talking about. Okay, black is.
Yeah, I could have got you the tomahawk steak there, saved myself a few bucks. Oh no, actually, they don't do steak in India, do they? Whoops.
They probably do. They probably do in some sort of hotel. I'm sure they have that for the tourists. So 4 against 3. So
miserable position for Baku Boulevard here with the white pieces.
Yeah, but you know, I wouldn't say you can't hold such a position. I mean, yeah, the bishops are good in open positions. At least pawns are kind of limited. But yeah, it's of course you don't really have many targets right now.
93 exists.
Do you think he should just go b6 and just go in, or b5?
I was thinking about it just to secure the knight, but
or maybe even just b5 and b4. I mean, just basically the question is it time to push the pawn? Like, should you trade a set of pawns there or not?
You probably should, actually, I guess, because the pawn does just roll. A6. That's unusual.
I like that move very much. Because now you're not going to be able to push the B pawn at all.
Now 93. Oops, he blundered because now now he has to do something weird like rook here. But can you go G5?
Hey, Lawrence, I think this is why you don't put your pawns on the same color as your opponent's bishop in the end game, because bishop D5 is certainly an idea I would think about here. But then there's rook a5. Oh no, there's no rook a5 because I take your knight and I'm still protecting my bishop. Okay, I don't know why he gave that check.
I've got no idea what he's doing.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Like, why didn't he just go ahead and improve the bishop? The rook was perfect, don't you think? Wasn't the rook just like really good on d4 because it was like knight and just active and protecting the pawn? So I didn't really get that check or what he gained by that.
Very odd stuff, whatever way you want to call it. Baku Boulevard not on form this game. And of course, if Shield wins this, he goes to 6.5 out of 7 and is really in with a really good shout to qualify. This would be a massive win if he manages to convert this.
Okay, so king f6, and you're saying Shields could convert this, yeah? And he's got a minute on the clock, yeah? There's the admission error. There it is. Goes back to d4. Well, that was unproductive. All right, what can black do now?
All right, so what if I go king f5, bishop h7 check?
And win, white win. Oh, I'm not winning, but I'm trying to win the knight. Ooh.
G5.
No.
Another weird
move. You don't really trade pawns when you're trying to win an endgame like this. Why would you trade pawns? I mean, I get it. Like, he wants f4 square for the knight, but still, like, I think white should be relieved that he got rid of the weakness. Ooh,
oops.
Losing. Why is
knight
it
f4 and rook? Why is it losing?
Is it rook d3?
Must be.
Oh no.
Oh, king e5. That's
e5. Oh wow, poor Mamedov. Oh, this is completely lost.
Yeah.
Wow, that was terrible. Like that was
He played,
that
for
was
want of a better
terrible.
word, like a very, very, very poor player in that.
Oh yeah, that was not the game you want at like the critical final few rounds. Let's take a look at Ranak Sadwani from India, young player against G Gusenov. Hopefully we'll get better luck in trying to qualify.
Sadwani is playing in one of the Indian teams for the Olympiad. I think it's the B team. Very, very strong young player. They've got a whole host of young super talents, Irina. I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to seeing how their young team does at the Olympiad. Not their A team, let's say, just their A team. But
yeah.
Now, does the move Queen takes C2 exist?
I was
here,
just
Irina?
thinking about that myself.
Wow, we're on the same page. That's a degenerate sort of move. Queen takes C2.
Oh, but
wow, this is
got
also
a different sort of concept. He's
this
still got
beautiful.
wait, is it working, right? So or is he just piling up on that with like bishop D? No,
there's
bishop D4.
Bishop
Is rook E8 maybe?
Rook E8 first looks good. Okay, what's the knockout here? So
yeah, bishop D4 is definitely not it.
B4.
Wow. So he just like doesn't he just wants to use that pin. I mean, that's a bit unusual.
But it's really good.
Yeah.
B3 is actually the threat, Irina.
Yeah, just going, oh wow.
Yeah, this should be the end.
Queen F2. Is it just well, don't blunder the queen.
Yeah, well spotted.
Yeah, I mean, so what to do now? I feel like if I had 33 seconds here as black, I'm sure I would.
You could try knight takes C2, wait for rook E8, and then deliver mate on E1. How about? It's not mate.
It's not
Sorry.
mate, but it's interesting. So he goes here. Okay, to get out of that threat.
Hated that.
And by the way, he has 24 seconds. Like I don't think he's gonna win this with 24 seconds.
Yeah. Ooh.
I just don't see how it's possible. I don't know. Rook C6, maybe an obvious move, or bishop E4 check. Maybe get the bishop out, or these are the first moves that I'm thinking about. But
the eval bar going up and down quicker than a pogo stick.
Stop this pawn. Rook A7. Oh, bishop B4 check.
Check. It's mate.
Where do you see the mate?
Oh no, it's not mate. Sorry. What is this? Knight D1. Oh my god. Okay,
so white is gonna win. White's just gonna flag.
Catastrophe.
2 pawns. His king is gonna go in.
He really is the unluckiest guy in the world in this tournament.
I think white will wind up checkmating like that.
But I mean, let's just talk about Gusenov.
Yeah.
He can't qualify.
But it's hard. It's hard. It's so competitive. Wow. How about
who else we got?
Oh, Cruel Yarrow is losing to Santo Blue. So Santo Blue is getting back on track after losing the last game. Now he's completely winning, and he just won against Yarrow Jerebuch. We got our friend Benjamin. Benjamin is, oh wow, oh no, Benjamin is gonna lose. Wait, maybe he's gonna draw. Oh, he's gonna draw. Okay, he literally got that last pawn with like, less than a second. Picked up that pawn to get that draw. But of course, wow, that's. I mean, he's gonna have 6 out of 8. So he's gonna. Oh, wait, 6 out of 8 is not that much. Yeah, because you gotta have 7.5 out of 9. Wait, no, this is still round 7, right?
This is, well, unless we're on to round 8 now.
So he's going to have 6 out of 7. Oh, then he still has chances.
Yeah, 6 is still very much in with a...
Oh, okay. So it's not over for Benjamin's chances.
Right. All right. So who we got here? We got Shield with white against Dropstone DP. Now that's a new name.
Yeah, and I don't see like a flag next to him. Click here to see our stance. Okay. That means he must be a Russian player, I guess. Dropstone DP would be my guess.
Oh, it's Paravian. Right.
Oh, Paravian. Oh, Dropstone. Okay, well, he's a well-known player. Not surprising to see him doing well. He usually does well in the title Tuesdays. And we got a Petrov. All right. And he's playing Shield. And I already forgot who is Shield. Remind me, Lawrence.
It's what's his name?
From Uzbekistan. Is it
Uh,
Ayman? No, is that guy Ayman? No.
No. It's
How do we forget?
Vokidov.
Oh, Vokito.
Jamsidem.
Oh, wow. So we never actually identified him earlier. Okay.
No, but I had this discussion with Daniel on a previous stream because there's Vakidov, Vokidov, and another Vakidov or Vukidov from Uzbekistan. So it's a tricky thing. And look at this. What have we got going on here? Knights invading, but white holding?
This is very unusual. Very unusual. Yeah, knight takes bishop makes sense. You got to capture back, I suppose. I guess you can take like this, but then you got to deal with that knight coming back, right? This is a big move. I guess you have rook e1 after that. So black is somewhat better here, yeah, because queen is really nicely centralized. Knight is active. This bishop's not particularly amazing. And yeah, I think black is better because of this d4 square. But it doesn't feel like hugely better. Like I still feel like white's in the range where they can play.
Yeah, but the bishop is kind of bad, and black has got central control, and I really like black's position here. I think
he'll be playing with b6 or b5 and c4?
No, he'll be playing with b6. He'll put the rook on d8 and put the pawn on b6. He'll then probably try and shift this knight to e6, I would guess.
Yep.
But he might also go like knight d4 and then like rook takes e5 might exist.
I think he'll put the bishop on b2.
But then knight d4.
Yeah, and then if I go there, you're gonna force me, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna knight e2 check.
Yeah, that's a big tactic on the board just to show our audience. White doesn't want to accidentally blunder a discovery like that. You can't take the knight, and otherwise I just take your queen and capture back. So that's a problem. So after b3, let me just find our game here. Rook a d8, bishop b2 happened. Okay, all of this is on the board. And instead of the blunder rook a d1, white plays f4. Rook e6, current position.
Yeah, rook e6, this is the other move I was thinking about, that he just wants to swing to g6 and cause some issues here. And actually, if you go rook g6, what's the defense?
I was thinking queen e4, but queen e4
rook e4.
For rook e4.
Wow.
Interesting. Well, he wants to actually just take this knight and pile up on that pawn.
And there's no move here, huh?
I mean, rook, it's an interesting concept. Rook e4 and threatened bishop takes d4. So like where can this knight go? I think the knight needs to look for a move, but
maybe you just knight
that's
f5.
it.
Yeah, you
exactly.
just go knight f5.
Exactly. I like that move a lot because there's no way you should allow that worst bishop to be traded for the knight. So this is like really smart. And now he has control of this file. So I like how Paravian has handled this moment.
I agree. And I think black is still for choice. He's got the light squared bind, and it's not easy for white to activate his rooks. And this is the sort of position that if you gave to Magnus Carlsen playing against a strong grandmaster, you would just not even sweat it for black somehow. You would just expect him to win.
Yeah, the question is,
you can play a move like
its roll on
I mean, do you want to actually provoke g3 here?
By going rook g4?
Yeah, like, does it help your cause? It may very well do. Because then you create a hook with h4. And yeah, rook d3 was the other move I was thinking of precisely.
Yeah, I like this move because it's stopping.
C1, rook,
yeah,
and now rook g4.
Wow. So he didn't even take time to play b6.
No.
He was so confident. Wow. So confident that after rook takes there, rook takes f4, that it's good for him. Actually, you know, Lawrence, yeah, I get it. I get it. There's lots of tricks. Tricks and traps. Wow. Parabian answering instantly. h3, not even a consideration here. Probably because of rook g2 is pretty good as well. Rook e4. Okay. So what does white want here? Let's identify the plan for white. Yeah, ideally this move will happen. Yeah, at some point, absolutely. What does he want as a secondary idea, or how does he deal with this rook attacking the pawn?
Well, that's
the problem. Yeah.
Very unpleasant position.
Maybe Lawrence, I think he just wants to go h3.
Really?
Well, it's an idea. Let's talk about that. The rook goes back and then e6. The question is, do I have time? I mean, I'm not saying I do, but it's like one way to get in the move e6.
But then you, like, even if you trade all the rooks and then a rook d2 check, are you sure you're holding that ending?
Yeah, I think I'll hold it. The bishop versus the knight. Yeah.
Yeah, but I managed to freeze you on the king side now with some h4. Yeah. I put the pawn on g6 and I run with the king.
But I still think I'll hold that.
Okay. I'll tell you what, after dinner, we'll play that position, all right? And then the loser has to pay for the next dinner.
All right, we will note down this position for us to play out.
I've got it.
What we're talking about, Lawrence, just to make it clear what we will be playing out. We're playing out, let's say, some random move for black.
h3, like h3, rook g6.
Yeah, well, I have to make a random move for black.
No, h4, let's say. Yeah, h4.
Okay,
black.
h4. Well, okay.
h3, rook g6. This is
there,
d6.
there. And
rook
I said
d2,
I will play this endgame. So I'm happy.
And I said you won't hold against me.
Yeah, and the computer engine bar does say it's equal. So I feel like I got a good chance to save this one.
All right, I'm looking forward to this exact ending. I've got it burnt in the memory.
Okay.
This is my savior. I'm going to work on it for the next 6 months with like Kramnik and
yeah. Explain to them the good reason, you know, you need to be well prepared for this endgame, Lawrence.
They will say it's a good reason. That's the good news. Kramnik will say, okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Rook g6. Still suffering for white. Huge suffering. Le souffrance, as the French say.
Can we go e6 now? I think it's time.
Really? You really want to play this move, huh?
But Lawrence, look at my rooks. They're terrible. Why can't I go e6?
You can, but
bad idea.
Does it run into some rook c3 at the end, or
I think
rook d1?
This is what I wanted to go for. I mean, it's not perfect. I get it. Your knight's better, but I have some counterplay.
Rook c3. You might want to go bishop e2. We might get the exact ending we were just discussing that we're going to play.
Maybe I'll go here. I guess you can go g6 even. Yeah, maybe my move is not.
The bar is shot down. That gives me great hopes for.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at the current position. So he played rook d2. There was a trade of rooks. Okay, fine. a4 probably. C4. Ooh. Sharp. And pawn takes b5, rook a2, kind of stuff black is trying to do. Whoa, black won? What? Okay, let's just
what happened? Oh, yeah.
Very slowly. So he went c4. Okay, it's a clever move because if you take, black takes this way, gets a really strong past a pawn. All right, I got it. There were things to look at here. I suppose you can take a look at a5, figure out what's going on there. He took, and he let the rook in. And now there's a bit of an issue But I suppose you could have gone like king e1. Maybe he meant to do that. Pawn takes and like rook b4. I mean, it's not great, but you're kind of holding on maybe. Well, so I'm saying this move, right? No. Peter doesn't really think we're holding on here. Maybe the reason
Knight d4 or something. Does that work?
Even b2, I think, is quite painful.
Just b2. B2.
Threatening rook a1.
Yeah, rook a1. That's going.
And when you walk into the pin, then I think some bad stuff's going to happen. Like there's knight d4 ideas, and well, how exactly do we win here, Lawrence? Knight d4, king d3. Where is my win?
Knight b3.
Are you serious? Really?
I'm serious. I'm a serious guy. And when I win this
tournament, that works. Wow. Well, that's beautiful.
When I win this tournament in a few hours, you can have any tomahawk you like.
Well, Lawrence, if you're going to play moves like that in your games, I think you got a chance to win this tournament.
What can I say?
That's beautiful, because look at this, guys. Look at this nasty trick of pinning the rook to try to promote the pawn. After king c2, you just take it, and I don't have a chance to capture back, so black is up the exchange and just easily winning this kind of endgame. So, but he did even worse than that. He did king e2, and after c3 just resigned because he's losing the bishop for nothing. Wow. So dropstone Paravian just crushes shield, and with tons of time left on the board, what was the defense? We can see like what was the relatively best move. Relatively best move was this. Okay, so now let's go on and see the games still in progress, and we got a lot of games still in progress. Oh, can't we just take a look at Tiger in the Hat? I do like the American legend Gadakamsky, and we haven't seen his games yet, so let's take a quick look. Although, to be honest, Lawrence, it's not the most exciting position on the board.
No, but I mean, there's still a lot going on, right? I mean, bishop d4 looks good. King h2. All results still possible here. You can put the bishop on c5. You can put the rook on b8. You can try and get active. But yeah, you would tend to believe this should be equal. Rook e8, I don't mind. Just don't blunder something.
Yeah, let's take a look at maybe something more interesting.
Okay.
Santo Blue has given us a lot of action today. Wow, he's losing to the young Indian Ronak Sadhwani. He is completely just like losing. Black is going to trade down everything, or actually straight off the queen. Yeah, not even a challenge. Wow, this is over.
Actually, that's a huge win for Ronak. That puts him on 7 out of 8.
This one is interesting. This is Nico Theodorou from Greece playing. I think he's living in America and studying there. He's playing Baku Boulevard, Rauf Mamedov, who we saw earlier. And he's actually better against Rauf again.
Is there anybody not studying in America that isn't from another country? And
no, everyone studies in America, Lawrence.
I know. I missed out.
Yeah.
I missed out.
How to win, though, for white? I mean, white is definitely better with the queen versus the rook and bishop. But yeah, I kind of agree with that move. I would have thought about that too.
I'm not sure about that move, actually.
Is there a problem?
Sure. Rook d2, rook d2. We win the pawn by force, no? Check, king h7. I stay around those squares.
Yeah. Well, that was unfortunate. He blundered the pawn, so there's a tactical problem with that.
It's a draw.
Yeah.
King e7, king g8. Very important. Don't go to h6.
Don't go to h6 because of queen g5. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, queen h8 mate is in some position.
He kind of messed up. Wow. He's giving, but you know, the thing is, it's bad for both of them. It doesn't really matter if their game is a draw because they'll get to 6 out of 8, but that's not going to get them into a top 2 today.
Precisely.
So quite sad for these players. Okay, we can move on to see who else is in the hunt. Oh, we got Last Gladiator versus Chessmood. Okay, those players have 5. So, okay, it's actually not super high score, but they're 2 GMs, so we can take a look at what they're doing. Position seems interesting. Black is down in exchange, Lawrence.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of piece activity, right? And he's got light squares, and this looks particularly like Queen E4 is coming. Exactly, Queen E4 is coming. Knight F3 checks are in the air. D3 is hanging. F1 is hanging. This guy's got more stuff hanging than what I've got on my dryer at the moment. And I did do my laundry this morning. And, you know, there's a lot of stuff on there. And he's got more stuff hanging than I do. F3? Does that survive?
Yeah, he pushing back the queen. Of course, Black is threatening the bishop and the invasion of the queen. So now he needs to stop that as well. Maybe Queen D2 does that. But there's a pawn.
Queen D2 looks like a professional move.
Yeah, professionally hangs a pawn.
That's all right.
Maybe I can do something
Queen
else.
A4.
Okay.
Didn't like that.
Yeah, there's Knight D4. That's why I didn't like that. Knight D4 you're gonna take with the queen.
That's the point. He wants to take with the queen.
Yeah. With the queen, and maybe C6 by Black, but not so bad for White.
Yeah.
All right. What's that? Where is this queen going now, Lawrence? I think was it going here? It probably is.
Yes.
Because I mean, there's just nowhere else to go. I mean, unless you want to go, no, I mean, Queen C2, Knight D4.
No, he will play Queen
painful.
B3.
Yeah, but Queen B3 is still Knight D4,
right?
Queen D5, and then
Knight E6, ED.
Okay, King G2. Yeah, he's
King G2, solid.
And what about Rook E1?
Oh, I hated that. Hello, the bar shot up.
Oh wow, why is it so bad?
What does it hate? Let's try and work it out. Irina, come on. This is
it's Rook E1. It's Rook E1.
Okay.
Yeah, he needs that Rook activation. Yeah.
Okay.
And somehow the invasion on the back rank. Wow. Last Gladiator, young player from Azerbaijan, Aydin Suleymanli, is making a big comeback in this game. And I think he will actually surprisingly wind up mating Sam Chessmood. It's Azerbaijan versus Armenia. So it's always a tense kind of geopolitical matchup.
Certainly is, yeah.
Although I don't like to bring politics into chess, Lawrence.
Me neither.
Yeah, I think on the chessboard, you just like, it's just all about the moves.
Just like on the dance floor.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a dancer, Irina? Do you enjoy dancing, or is it not your thing?
Yeah, I like alone when no one is watching me.
Oh, right. You're one of those.
And one of those, yeah.
Oh, the bar just shot down Knight of4. Rook B5, and you're getting mated. Oh, no.
Yeah, who knows? It might be Black that mates White now.
That's what
right?
I'm saying.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, man.
Completely unclear.
Check. Queen G1, you just play it.
You have to go there. You just, but
then there's Knight G5 check, Irina, and Rook H2.
Yeah.
And it's all over.
92. Okay, 92 is good. Yeah. Good try. Queen E7. Or maybe Queen F7. Queen F7.
King F2, it hated. Why? Knight G5. Yeah, no.
Yeah, you should have taken the knight. I think should have taken the knight.
But look how this game has just turned on its head so quickly.
You can't even go there because of the fork. How do you defend this pawn? You don't. Oops.
Huh?
Wow. Sam Chessmood swindles.
Wow.
Swindles his opponent. Where is the checkmate? Knight E4. Yeah, checkmate next move. Okay. Well, that's just winning. Wow. Can we just take a look for 1 second at how all of this went down?
Goodness me.
White was winning. So this was great. And so in this position, Queen c7, no, knight f4 was the mistake. And why was it the mistake? Because it allowed rook b5 and rook b2. Oh, so he should have played queen c7 and simply hitting those two pieces. All right. All right, we got the tiger in the hat playing shield. And let's take a look at our standings, Lawrence, as we move to round 9.
Yeah, we've got two guys at the top, Raunik Sadwani and Dropstone.
Dropstone, again, is Paravian. Paravian, who has a Armenian name, but apparently lives in Russia. And that's why we don't see his flag here. So those two players have a good chance to qualify, but they're pursued by 4 players on 6.5 out of 8. By the way, one of them is Benjamin Bach, and anything can actually still happen. So let's take a look at these games. So Shield is playing the Tiger, and the other big matchup is, Santo Blue versus Ronak Sadwani. That's a tough one as well. All right, I suggest, we can stay on this matchup. What do you think? So we have Sadwani and we have, where's Paravian?
No, Sadwani and Dropstone have already finished. They made a draw.
Oh.
But I don't know if they've looked at their tie breaks.
Their tie breaks are pretty good.
Yeah, like Dropstone has got 33, but from what I understand, you have to wait until the end of the round to really know. So you could have an accident, but 33 looks like it's probably going to be very good. And Sadwani, I can't see his.
I can't see it either because it's, wait, maybe I can try it. No, I don't see it. I don't see his tiebreak score. Shield has a chance. He's at 31. So there is a chance if Shield wins, and it's a lot higher than the Tiger in the hat. So, okay, let's take a look at this game. We got a Maroxy bind, Gata being kind of aggressive with this h5 move. Maybe our chat can tell us what is Sadwani's tiebreak number, because we can't see it.
Gata Kamsky had a up and down affair over in Biel. My goodness, did he have some tough games there against some of these young guns, but won the last round in convincing style against Abdul Saturov, who collapsed towards the end. So Gata, obviously legends, played for the World Championship title, top player. Don't know him very well. Do you know him very well, Irina?
Yeah, I would say Gata is one of the people that I do know fairly well from the chess world. Yeah, because we were both from Brooklyn, New York. That's right. One thing. For years, we lived in quite close to each other in the same neighborhood around here in South Brooklyn. And
really, okay.
Yeah, and we definitely have interacted quite a bit. So, I would say that we have a friendly relationship.
Okay.
And
what do you think of his position? It looks disgusting to me. This bishop on b7.
Yeah, look at that. Not the best.
Did you ever defriend somebody as a result of the way they play a chess game?
No,
okay.
Lawrence.
Okay.
I don't take it that painfully, I guess. Other people's chess games, maybe it's more likely I would defriend myself based on how I play. Yeah, I would love to see Kamsky qualify as well, but his tie breaks are bad, and his position is.
His position is. Say it like you really want to say it.
Yeah, it's. I guess there is this positive side that he has this open file, but this knight is coming in here soon. So what is White going to do? I expect g3.
You can play g3, that's fine.
Am I wrong?
Is that bishop h4 even a threat? What if I just go rook d1?
Yeah, what if you even go knight e3?
Or knight e3 or knight b4? I don't know which square is better, but knight e3.
You will trade and you will put a knight on f6. That's the concept that Black is going for. I think so.
What about rook d1 then? because then you force the trade on f2 first. No?
Oh, you mean rook d1 right here?
Yeah, like rook d1. No, rook d1 before
Yeah,
93.
Oh, before 93.
Yeah.
Yeah, you make me take.
Yeah, I can play queen takes. You go knight f6. That's what you want, huh?
Yeah, that's not so bad. I mean, I'm attacking your e4 pawn. Look at that beautiful play on the dark squares. I'm sure Gotza will enjoy that.
Each to their own.
Yeah, I also like to control a certain color complex. Lawrence, take advantage.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Okay, which color do you like to control?
Oh, any color that's weak in my opponent's position.
Oh, okay. So actually, what I'm gathering from all of this, and I'm not trained in, like I'm not a psychiatrist or something.
Yeah.
You're a control freak.
Yeah. I would
Squares,
say on the chessboard.
space.
On the chessboard, yes, on the chessboard I am, and I'll tell you something.
Yeah,
you know, Mr. Tiger in the hat, when he was playing back in ICC in the old days, one of his accounts was named Udav.
Mm-hmm.
Udav is, I think it's a Russian word for like a snake that strangles you.
Oh right. Okay.
Yeah. So that's what he named himself, and I have to say that I identify with that. Yes.
You identify with that.
Identify with that kind of chess. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
But don't worry, I won't bring that to dinner.
That's what, the snake or the attitude?
Yeah, the snake-like attitude.
The snake-like attitude. That's all right.
By the way, I think Gotza actually has put all of that on the board that we've been talking about. Actually,
yes.
Look, 93 happened and knight of 6 happened. Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering, was my idea of G3 just outrageous, like stupid?
Well, I didn't like it because if that diagonal ever gets open, I do get a bit sad. I wasn't a huge fan, but maybe it's okay.
Okay, but 93.
Okay, queen e2. I like this.
Logical. Move. Queen e2.
Yeah, this is a good move.
You want my pawn?
Yeah, this is a really good move, actually.
Okay, so now I need to find a really good move.
Yeah.
I can't take on e4. That's obvious. If I take on e4, you will just play queen g4 and win that pawn at the end. So I can't do that. If I go rook h4, you will consider g3, of course. That doesn't look too good. So I feel like I'm losing the pawn. Now maybe, like this.
This looks fishy though.
Yeah, I agree. Like, what if I just take, and queen g4?
Maybe queen h4, and you can't take on g7 because it's mate on h2.
Oh.
Is that what he wants?
Smart. I think that's what he wants.
But maybe I can play knight g4. Exactly. Maybe I can play knight g4 immediately. And if bishop goes back to b7,
yeah, okay.
Can I now
really
finesse
good because he's kept this bishop, and this knight is not so strong because of that.
Whoa. Don't insult my horsey. It's going to jump around to beautiful squares.
Well, okay. Now things are not so bad. Like, actually, yeah, I guess, okay.
Really?
This is an idea, but okay, you hang the d6.
You're going to hang d6.
Right. You hang d6, which you probably don't really want to do.
Even that, b5 at the end, I'm not sure how clear that is, but yeah.
And by the way, it does look like we're threatening that, but maybe we're not. Yeah,
I don't think we are threatening that.
That's crazy, because it feels like a threat. And Godson's going to need to watch out for that.
Well, now I think, no. Okay, b5 was probably a good move, actually.
Yep. I'm going to tell you a secret. I do see that was the top computer move. So Gata playing very well.
Playing like a machine.
Yeah, playing like a machine and putting pressure on the c files. Quite smart. I wonder what will happen to this king in this game, Lawrence. Is it going to castle? I don't think so. Not for a while.
I wouldn't have thought so, no.
So are we going to see king f8 in this game? I think there's a chance. First, he'll take on c4 because that's the whole point of b5.
So what does he want? So takes. What's his idea?
Wait. Oh, there was some 95 ideas. Maybe the whole point of King H1 is that on this move, there was a check. And then I can take your king. So it wasn't this Queen E7 move, yeah, that I was talking about. It's just Queen B6 check, take the knight for free and go King F8. So white played King H1. And I think the idea is if you take, there's this.
Why?
Well, I don't know. It's a move, right? At least it makes things a little messy. Queen E7, Knight C4,
yeah,
maybe, right? Or even Rook D6, by the way, right?
Ah, Rook D6.
No, it's not Rook D6.
No,
it actually, even though I get the discovery, apparently I don't have a winning discovery because on Knight C4, you go back to E7, you win. Okay, that feels unfair, but there was some move here that is really good. It's just Knight C4 and then Knight D6, yeah. So Gata didn't want that. Yeah, he saw that coming, and so he traded the knights. And this game is spicing up big time.
Wow, this is like super unclear. But if black stabilizes, white is the one left with a bunch of weak. Like if the queens suddenly were traded, it's all over for white because the C4 pawn, the F6 pawn are eternal weaknesses.
Yeah, don't you just love how he has like kept the king in the center and survived with that king for so long?
Yeah, he's played brilliantly.
Yeah, I like this.
Oh, Queen H3, do it.
Do it. Yeah, gotta checkmate and checkmate coming. Come on.
Do it. I saw it.
He'll find it. I mean, it's simple. But you know, Lawrence, yeah, when Gata is in form, his games look really good. And you can see that like high class, that world championship level class. And you know, it's a beautiful strategic game, right? Because this game, remember, do you remember, Lawrence, that at the beginning of this game, do you remember what you said?
No.
I'll remind you. You said black's position looked terrible. Like it was so awful. You know, we couldn't find the words for it. But look, just beat this GM from that horrible position like easily. Like not even using, you know, like most of his time. I mean, okay, just 5 minutes, 20 seconds.
Let's talk about him. He missed the first round because he was playing another tournament. And now he's on 7.5 out of 9. And that actually means that Ralph is out the running and only 2 players can join him. Let's go. TPT again. We haven't mentioned him. David Anton must be playing Benjamin Bock. No, we have to go to that game immediately.
Okay, let's go.
Irina, please.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was so busy reading all the funny things in the chat that Benjamin Bock, where is he? Where is he? I'm looking. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, Benjamin is in an end game. This one looks, well, less thrilling than Gata's game, but okay. I mean, is there going to be a repetition here? Because no one benefits from that.
No
one
pay for a win.
So, and it's Benjamin's move, right? So he knows if he takes the pawn, this is probably going to come, and his king is in some serious trouble with those checks.
What about C5? Is that too finessed? Probably is.
No, I kind of like it. Don't you want to? You got to run with your king. I kind of feel that you're probably going to be doing exactly that. Makes a lot of sense.
You like it?
So yeah. And in terms of the standings, we have already 3 people on 3.5 out of 9. So Gata has joined Dropstone and Ronak Sidwani. Yeah. So this game is very important. Yep. There's also, by the way, Kasparov that can join them, but his tie breaks are not good.
No, Kasparov's on 6.5 out of 9, Irene.
Oh, already 6.5 out of 9. I thought that was 6.5 out of 8. Yeah.
No, these, and actually, I think their tie breaks are kind of too bad anyways. So actually, no, sorry. TPT again. If TPT again wins, which is David Anton, he will overtake Tiger Schlag.
No. But his position is starting to look good. Right? He's like winning the TPT game. He's like starting to get these pawns.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he wins.
Yeah, and I'm saying we want the tiger in the.
We want the tiger because as it the royal we. Is that the we? I mean,
yeah,
you want the
royal
tiger.
we, the king and the queen. They want the tiger to play again. See some of that great strategic chess. Yes, guys, we are reading chat on Twitch.
Are we?
We
I'm
are.
not. I stay away from Twitch like the plague.
Oh no, I like to read the chat and see all the wonderful,
Okay.
wonderful commentary from our audience.
Look at these rooks invading.
Yeah, he didn't even bother taking the pawn. Okay, well, his rook was hanging.
Probably good.
So.
Probably.
So which pawn does he want to take? Well, I guess it's this check that's coming and the b4 pawn going.
Yeah, but then yeah, and actually the king is a bit, the white king is actually a bit sus at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, you can look at this check and maybe move in the pawn to d3, but I think this one looks nice. Keep the king on the edge of the board where he is in a little bit of trouble. Now, does Black want to allow that trade, or will he be going knight f4? Knight f4, there's rook d4. So on this move, there's going to be bishop e6 and rook d4. Still better for Black. The white king is like really out of play here. Wait, the Kasparov? No, when I said Kasparov, that was a Polish player named Kasparov. And yeah, Gary Kasparov is not playing in this tournament, unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay, so check, he's going to give another check. The point is, after rook takes b4, you have this rook b1, rook a4, king b2. Don't know.
The chat is saying hi to you guys. Hi to you, Lawrence.
Hi, chat. I love each and every one of you equally.
Yes.
I also dislike each and every one of you equally.
Let's see what Black is up to.
But there might be like some check. Yeah, king e3, rook e2, king f3. The king escapes.
It kind of feels like Black hasn't yet won a pawn, and the king is getting better. So I definitely feel like actually this is positive in a way. Benjamin is holding on here with his extra time.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, no. It's not that I never root against anybody. It's like I would really like to see the tiger in the hat with such a great name at least get a chance to qualify, right? Like he's in there. There's a match between a second and third place player, and I would love to see him in that match. What do you think? Don't by the way, can I tell you, Lawrence, in the finals of this tournament in Toronto are going to be absolute legends like Vishy Anand, Vladimir Kramnik, Veselin Topalov, Alexei Shirov, Vasily Ivanchuk, Michael Adams. Like these are absolute legends of chess that they're collecting for the finals of this global chess championship. And it would be pretty cool to have Gadakamsky there as well. I think he would fit very well into this group.
Yeah, they could all turn on their wireless and listen to the news. That's the old name. People are like, what's a wireless? That's what they used to call the radio, these guys that, Irina has been mentioning, because they were all born a long time ago.
All right, so let's see what's going on. Okay, 58 seconds to 30.
Why can't I play, okay, rook b5, bishop c4.
There was a little attack there.
C6, we keep on going.
Let's keep going. Okay, I like that pawn.
Oh, b6.
Yeah, that's cool. Getting all the way there. Supported by bishop. Whoa, he's like, so on rook there, he's going to take this, but we can go rook d1. We can at least win that knight.
Yeah, it's a draw then rook b8.
Okay, all right. He decides to do it like this. Okay. Wait, what? Why did he just do it? No.
He blundered the bishop.
This is not the way to do it, Benjamin. What have I taught you about chess? Don't give up. Pieces for nothing. Why did he do this? He could have done the exact same thing, just differently. What was that? That was so unnecessary.
All of that work for...
And now he's probably going to get himself like mated on h2 or something.
Yeah.
Okay, there's still a chance, isn't there? No, I mean, there's...
No, 95 is good.
There's not a big chance here. I guess, wait, there's something here. There's something. Oh no, his rook is getting trapped. Oh,
No.
I was like, he doesn't even have much.
Oh, that's nasty.
Oh gosh, now he's just getting mated. Oh wow, that's so sad.
Oh, it's not stalemate.
Not stalemate. Oh man.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that means TPT.
Wow. Yeah.
Displaces the tiger in the hat for the. Oh, that's so. I'm so sorry, Irina.
Oh, yes. Send the condolences. Do you
I'm
think
sending.
Maybe add in the dessert, to the dinner now, Lawrence.
Dessert. The tie breaks can still change, so we've got to wait. So this is actually a bit of a sweat. This is a bit like betting NFL on a Sunday.
Yeah, I guess the difference in the tie breaks is not so huge. Some things can still happen. All right, let's go take a look at. Oh wait, tournament is over, and let's see. We got. Yeah.
Who is in?
Oh wow!
He came third.
Gata got the third place. Wow, this is great. Okay, in that case, I'm happy for both of these players. A little sad for Ronak Sadhwani, who apparently got the short end of the stick. Oh yes, very sad for the young Indian player who honestly had a very good tournament. But you know what I feel, Lawrence? You know what it is?
Yeah.
You gotta play. Chess rewards in general. Like I'll never feel so bad for like the people who just made the quick draw in the last round, that hoping that their tie breaks are going to work out with even that guarantee. That's a strategic mistake, isn't it? Because as it turned out, that draw that they made very quickly, because we never got to see the game between Paravian and Sadhwani finished in like 2 seconds, that draw apparently costs him that match. And Tiger in the hat and TPT Gain, Anton Guijar David, they both played their last round games, both won, and now they will be playing against each other in this exciting match for the second qualifying spot.
Amazing.
It's an amazing turn of events.
Yeah, just great stuff. And I think what's even more impressive is that you have to remember Gata Kamsky did not even play the first round. He's actually on 7.5 out of 8. Wow. And he just played Beal he just played the classical game this morning at like 9 in the morning or 10 in the morning. You could say he's going to be playing this out of Switzerland. Very, very impressive and thoroughly deserved. So we're going to get David Anton against Mr. Gata Kamsky in just a few minutes. 2 games of 10+0. If it is tied after that, we then get an Armageddon, and we'll brief you on the rules if we get there. But small break now, and I'm looking forward to this second and third place playoff.
Me too.
All right, everybody, welcome back. This is the Global Chess Championships on chess.com. We are in the play-in phase. It is tournament 7 of 16, and we have finished the 9 rounds, but the second and third place playoff is about to go underway, and we've got a very exciting little matchup. Gadakamsky, who has just been playing a classical tournament in Biel, came into the tournament, didn't even need to play the first game, qualified in second position. And David Anton, the young, talented Spaniard, also made the top 3, meaning that we have this playoff. Very simple, 2 games of 10+0. The winner will qualify to the knockout phase. This is a $5,000 10-minute match. This is no joke. If it is equal after 2 games, they will play an Armageddon match where the times for the Armageddon is bid on, and it's normally the lowest bidder that wins. So we will see if we get to that stage. First 2 games, I'm once again joined by Grandmaster Irina Krush. Irina, you love to see your good friend Gada in this little playoff. What do you think of his chances against David Anton?
Well, yeah, I mean, his chances are quite decent. Of course, this is a match of 2 different generations. Gata in his mid-40s now. You could say not exactly in the prime for chess playing, but still we've had a lot of players show us that even at that age, you can play chess well. Vishy Anand, Boris Gelfand, Viktor Korchnoi, Vasily Smyslov. I mean, players from different generations have shown that, you know, your career is not over by this point. On the other hand, we have David Anton, who is a player in his mid-20s, I believe, really strong GM, high 2600s. These players have a similar over-the-board rating. So just based on that, it's really hard to favor one or the other. But I do think that Gata has a lot of experience, and with experience comes, you know, intuition, ability to make good decisions quickly, to know where to put your pieces. And I feel that, yeah, right now he's actually built up a little bit of an edge on the clock, which I think could be helpful to him in the long run.
Yeah, could be. Not too much of an edge, right? It's only like 40 seconds, so still plenty to play for. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're two very interesting players, very interesting styles, both of them. David Anton, you know, he's a good friend of mine, known him for many years. His nickname is El Nino, the kid, because for years and years, of course, he's been an extremely strong player, has a bit of a baby face, looks a bit older now, though, with a bit of facial hair. But he's sticking with the kid moniker, let's say. But very talented player, can play all kinds of different positions. Very, very resourceful player, a bit like Gada. Actually, they're not too far off stylistically, I would say. It's quite interesting. But Gada with all that experience, and really Gada with the momentum after finishing Beal so strongly, you feel as though actually Gada might be slight favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, so, I mean, he just played the move that I was thinking about, b5, an important move because White was certainly thinking about playing b5 himself and completing this pawn minority attack. So b5 is a prophylactic move. Now, what's typical after this kind of move is that White, because this pawn is weakened, will actually start considering to open up the game, and he pretty much has to open up the game because this bishop on d2 otherwise stays really terrible. And there he goes with that move e4.
Yeah, totally standard stuff, but you feel as though, yeah, knight d5.
Nice move. I like that. You really want to establish good control over that square, hide the weakness of that pawn. So I like that he didn't take and allow things like that, because, okay, maybe you can play it, but certainly the white bishops are more open here. So I feel like knight d5 is more in the spirit of trying to win this game. Rook AC1 by White. Takes the pawn. Yeah, he's really playing fast. He's noticing little tactics that c6 cannot be captured. Yeah,
he's really showing some sharpness, isn't he? It's really nice to see.
Does the old tiger still have those sharp teeth, Lawrence?
Are you talking about me, or are you talking about
yeah, the old tiger? The old tiger is the tiger playing the game.
Ah, the old tiger playing the game, yes. Wow, just some breaking news here, actually. We'll talk about the tiger's teeth in a moment, but Gada Kamsky has got the closing ceremony of Beal in 30 minutes.
Wow.
So if this goes to extra time, he's going to have to make a decision whether to attend the closing ceremony for Beal or to play here. Now, that might be actually a bit of a toss-up because the opportunity cost lost. If he wins it here, he gets the 5K and then he can win a 200.
Right.
So that's going to be quite funny. He will have an obligation to go to the closing ceremony in Bildo. So that's really, really unusual, actually. So he better win it in the next.
I think a chess player will always prioritize what's going on the board over ceremonies, although the closing ceremony is kind of important. Now, is he getting a prize there, Lawrence? I didn't follow.
I don't know.
So do you know how he did there in the end?
Yeah, I mean, his total score was he finished on, well, there were 56 points up for grabs. It was a triathlon. It was called the Beal Triathlon. So there was Chess 960, there was Blitz, there was Classical, there was more Blitz, there was more, it was crazy. He came middle of the pack. Well, he came 6th out of 8th position. So I don't think he's won anything particularly, but he won the last round. And then he had a good finish in the Classical, but I think he got buried. Actually, in the first, he lost his first 5 games of the 960, I believe, or the Rapid. Maybe it was Rapid, actually, not 960. Maybe it was Rapid. He lost his first 5 games, got brutalized. So I don't know, is the honest answer, if he's won.
This is a really solid move by Gata. I rather like the way he just pulls that bishop back just to make sure, on d4, it was unprotected, maybe not terrible standing there. But yeah, I can see that once you put the bishop there, then this move is just begging to be played, right? Like your knight will definitely be coming to that square. When I say definitely, pretty definitely. And the knights are just quite beautiful in the center. So let's take stock of what we got here. Black has an extra pawn.
Yep. Black
has 2 amazing knights in the center, basically kind of like outpost squares, at least one of them certainly on d5. And king is fairly safe, although, he had to watch out for h5, so he just dealt with that idea. And he's got like 3.5 minute lead on the clock, which is really sizable. So right now, this is looking good for Gata.
Absolutely. Really, really nice position for Gata. And David Anton, he doesn't want to lose the first game with white. He's trying to manufacture something here because it's, there are still a lot of pieces on the board. And David Anton, very, very creative. But you have to say that, F4. I mean, that is
moves like that get my seal of approval. More outpost squares to the black knights. I mean, I know he's desperate. I get it. I understand his position is bad and he's just trying to go F5 and open things up. But this is the kind of thing that makes your position just worse, right? Because there's a million things that can go wrong in that diagonal.
Precisely.
And I mean, what is the threat that white has? Taking is not so much of a threat. I mean, is this even a threat? I guess it is. I guess it's an idea.
Queen e5, I love it. Centralizing, though. Gata has just played this game beautifully so far. I've really enjoyed.
Hey, you know what, Lawrence? Old school is good.
You said, does the tiger still have teeth? It looks as though he does.
So,
but can you teach an old tiger new tricks?
Well, I was going to say he still has teeth, but now we'll see if he has claws.
Right, exactly. An old tiger with teeth and claws is a dangerous prospect. And what about this young pup, David Anton? Okay, rook e1. Okay, still dangerous. Gata knows he's got to be careful because David Anton's a tricky customer. King h1. Okay, so what if we now? So what are the moves here?
Yeah, rook
Does white have a threat?
Is a move. Yeah, sure. Just bring in more pieces. Now you're already threatening. Well, actually, you're not threatening rook e4, but maybe one day.
The bar just shot down.
Yeah, well, it's been down for a while, but so what's the win though? What's the win? I mean, you can go queen e5, threaten checkmate. They'll just go back, or maybe play g3 or something. Is there
some knight c2?
No.
Can you play knight c3, or is that ridiculous? That looks ridiculous.
Move here. Oh, it's just pawn takes pawn.
Just pawn takes pawn?
Just pawn takes pawn is the best move. I wonder if he'll think about it because, you're not even really looking at that part of the board in this position. But sure, it is a nice pawn to take, and why not try to queen it? White forgot to make the trade on b5.
Yeah, totally agree. If there's no threat here, then just take on a4. Beautiful controlled game by Guy.
Yeah, he's thinking, because of course, you know, when you have a position like this, you're only looking at the king side where all the pieces are. But there you go, he remembered. See, didn't forget that pawn.
Can you take?
Take what? Oh, I think you're just
Take
going
on f6.
This take on f6, knight takes,
and just knight takes,
and
bishop takes.
How is this working on rook e8?
Yeah, there's a rook e8.
Oh, you're gonna have a check at the end. Oh, you're gonna have a winning rook endgame. That's what God is going for. So just to show you guys, after rook takes, bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes, at the very end of that whole line is that key check, which wins the bishop back. And yeah, black is gonna be up 3 pawns. Okay, 2 pawns. Well, maybe 3 pawns. And yeah, this is certainly winning for black. Just too many pawns. So Gata made a good call there, and rook d1. Okay. So why is he not just losing a piece here? What am I not? Oh, checkmate threat.
Yeah.
You can't take the bishop because I'm threatening mate. Okay, that's how.
But it's just over, right? After bishop f4, queen anywhere.
Lots of pawns for black.
Yeah.
He's offering a trade. Okay. So this is kind of technical now, right? I mean, he can maybe just not blunder some rook g6 trick.
Well, there's nothing really technical about it, right? It's just 50,000 pawns to the good, and
that's technical when you got to win using those extra pawns.
Okay. I don't remember reading
That's a little bit of a
Cheryshev.
blunder because queen e4 and rook g6. I wouldn't want to give up that pawn.
Yeah. But I don't remember in my Cheryshev book it's saying, and in this position when you're 5 pawns up, it's
a matter of technique. It's exactly what it says. And look on page 51, Lawrence.
You got all those books, Irina, the Cheryshev.
Oh yeah, yeah. I definitely did my time with those books. Yeah, the transition from the opening to the middle game, like all of that. They're good books.
They are good books. They really are.
And
I miss those days.
Oh, he played king h7. Let's get updated with the position. I'm sorry, I didn't realize he made a few moves here. Okay, so this is where we currently are. And wait, what's going on here, Lawrence? Rook c8. Okay. Oh, it's black's turn to move.
Yeah.
And
wait, but he's kind of making a meal of it, no?
Yeah, he is. I don't know what in the world he's been doing. It's been terrible.
What is he?
He's like, why is he losing this pawn? And okay.
No, but this is good by David Anton.
I mean, yeah, it's better than it used to be.
He had 5 extra pawns and now he has 1.
Well, yeah, he's gonna have 2, but maybe it'll be 1. I mean, bishop f7, knight e5. Okay, I guess he's still better, but I mean, honestly, this is not as dominating as it used to be. Yeah, so now he's thinking because which pawn to take. So he took this one. Okay, apparently that was a bad choice. Well, okay, it's 3 against 1.
Looks like a bad choice as well.
Yeah,
it's 3 versus 1.
Yeah, as long as you don't lose that pawn, sure, you're gonna be fine. And
rook c7, 95. Whatever.
Okay, I guess I hope he's got it all worked out, like why f4 doesn't work. Nice move.
Nice.
That's what we call technique.
Yes.
Yes, trade down when you're up material and get rid of all the crazy tactics. And okay, now black's gonna win without too much trouble. Yes, Gata's feeling pretty comfortable in this position. Will he offer trade? Nope. Okay. Watch out for, I mean, I guess h4 seems fine. Knight g6. Okay. He's keeping the rook on the 7th to avoid any checks. There's a funny thing in the chat. It says Trent looks clean, by the way. No, I thought what it said was like that Trent can clean. Like, you know, they were trying to like talk about your virtues, Lawrence, that you're good at cleaning.
Virtues? I am a man of sin. How dare you talk about virtues?
Oh, okay. Oh, that just
Rook A5. This is just a technical job, a cleaning job.
Yeah, although I don't know. I mean, he let the rook out. He let the rook to the 7th rank, but I guess where is he going on rook d7? Yeah, okay. I guess, yeah, he's attacking the bishop, sure. H4 or, yeah, he wants to go rook d2 and checkmate. That was sort of his idea, come from the back. Okay, game over soon, I think. Not yet. Yeah, I would be going there and trying to trade maybe, but does he have some different ideas? Okay, that pawn is kind of important. Don't be.
No, it's not important. King E3. Oh.
Yeah.
I would have gone King E3, King F2, and walked the king to
Sure,
G3.
and hope that you have a checkmate, but what if you don't?
Knight F4, King H1, King E3, please.
Okay,
This is also good.
He's good. He's good.
Rook F2.
Yeah. All right. It's in the bag. By the way, Lawrence, his name is okay. The tiger in the hats. Yeah. And I was thinking.
He only needs a draw with the white pieces to qualify. This is a $5,000 minimum game. Hold the draw with white, and he's got like 10 minutes before.
He's gonna play his London. You just watch.
Of course he is.
I mean, he plays it anyway in any situation, so he's definitely going to be doing it.
Good opening. Great opening, actually.
Yeah. Well, at least he's, you know, he's white and he's playing something he has a lot of experience in that he's very comfortable in. So it makes some sense. But yeah, wouldn't you say that that was a really convincing game by Gotza with the black pieces?
I mean, it looked a bit shaky at some point, but I mean, he really didn't lose full control ever. It was really beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I mean, the technical part, there was that was a shaky part, but like getting to the winning position, that was clean. That was very convincing.
Yeah.
And you know what I noticed here is that David Anton plays without the pawn here. So he wants to maintain some complexity, which I actually think in a way is backfiring on him because he's allowed Gotza to just build up that space advantage for free. And I'm not really sure what he thinks he's getting for it. I mean, he'll probably have to play E5 at some point.
No, I think David is doing the right thing. He's keeping pieces on the board. He's trying to not simplify. It doesn't matter if he's slightly worse. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah, knight a7. Okay, and you can't really move the knight away. And notice that Gotza did not go d5. He didn't try to get the space there because black is just too well positioned to eventually play f5. So he doesn't want to go for that, which I think makes a lot of sense. Knight c4 is a way better move. And Gotza is playing really fast again. And
of course he's playing fast. He's got the prize giving to shoot to him 5 minutes. So he's got to play.
Well, you know, these
have you ever heard anything like it?
Yeah, these things are they're working very well together because on one hand, he's got to get to the closing ceremony. On the other hand, this is a 10+0 game where it pays off to play fast. So that works well for him.
D5 now must be okay. Queen B3 is also good.
Yeah, our chat is saying that Anton feels like lost by opening already. And I mean, kind of, yeah, look at the knights, Lawrence. 2 knights on the side of the board. Okay, one of them is not so bad, but the one on A7, not very good. And yeah, Gotza, for him, it's going to feel, I think, quite easy to play a position like this. I mean, space advantage, weaknesses to attack, passive pieces to take advantage of. I think he's feeling pretty good here.
No, I mean, this is what more do you want? I mean, you've got everything under control. You're better. You only need a draw. But you know David Anton is not going to give you the draw, so you're still going to have to work for it. Yeah,
I think he's not going for a draw. I think he's going for a win, Lawrence, because how does black even save these 2 pawns?
You don't. It's over. And David Anton, you know, you work so hard, you get to it, and then you lose the fluff. It must hurt. It must hurt. Okay, bishop a6.
Yeah.
Okay, D1.
Nice move. Simple, nice and simple. Yeah, you don't want to take here. I mean, first of all, there's Rook b8, although you can play knight c8. So in fact, you might take there at some point. You might. But for now, I think this is the one. And okay, knight f4, good try. Will we take it? No.
No, bishop f1, of course. Of course.
And I guess we want to take Lawrence and trade the rooks and win the pawn on e5. I guess that's our first threat.
No, this is gross. This knight on c8 is such a dud piece. It's doing a job because
it's doing a job, right? It has a job. It's just been given kind of a poor job to begin with. Yeah.
It's just disconnecting the black position so much.
I think they'll be taking soon.
Yeah, I think you can't withstand that knight. But then what?
Yeah.
This is gross for black. This is, as somebody who played the King's Indian all his life and can have similar positions and like random, this could even actually be, this structurally looks like something you could get in a kind of Steinitz, Rai Lopez. You know, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e5, g6. Get very similar structures. But this is gross. This is pure, like, you look at this position, you've got a knight on f4. Gary said it's worth a pawn. It ain't worth squadouche in this position. That knight on f4 worth squadouche. Worth less than a nickel.
Wait, you said who said that?
Gary, GK.
Gary Kasparov.
Well, yeah, it's not going to be, you know, Gary Kenworthy. It's Gary Kasparov, you know. He said a knight on f5 is worth a pawn. It's not worth a...
Oh, okay. No, I was wondering. No, I get that. I was just like, that expression is not worth squadouche. I was wondering.
Oh, squadouche was definitely not a Gary.
Right. That's Gary. What I mean. That was a stretch for me to imagine that Gary said it's not worth squadouche. So that's why I was asking about that.
No, Gary doesn't use such terms. He's an erudite. He doesn't. You know. So E5, I really love
how it's been handled. And by the way, Anton did take the knight like we predicted. Played here to try to get out of the D file so he doesn't lose that pawn. Got opens the D file, took here, and interesting strategy by Gata, writes that he gave up the bishop on F and H2 that wasn't really the best at this point anyway for the one good piece in black's position. Then he goes E5, and look at the beautiful centralization of these rooks.
No, this is just toast. Look at this knight again. The bane of his existence.
Is he ever going to move in this game? Because we're threatening e6 and rook d7, and I think he will.
Oh my God! Bishop takes f7.
Oh, bishop f7. Yeah, he just missed that. I think he just missed that.
He's done. David Anton is just really done here.
So we're seeing that the tiger does have claws as well.
Absolutely. Okay, rook d8. Here you've got every move under the sun.
Rook d1, queen e7. How is he going to win? Is it e6?
No, because that's good because you can't go knight d6.
Yeah.
So queen b6.
I was thinking about that actually. I was
this is really sweet.
Is there rook d8?
Probably not. I mean, there is, of course. Yes.
Oh yeah, there's rook d8. Then you can put them in a pin, and then you win. Yeah. And this is so beautiful. I really want the game to finish like that because isn't this utter domination?
This is just an absolute class by Gadakamsky.
Yeah, so that we're waiting for a move from David Anton. Okay, I think rook d8 is going to happen. We are going to see that.
He took it?
Yeah, he took on e6.
Oh, now it's just really over.
Yeah, it's going to be that rook pinning everything on the back rank.
Bishop e6 and he'll resign. That's it.
All right.
You're happy.
The tiger in the hat played a really good tournament and a really good match. And I think now he can be very satisfied as he goes off to the closing ceremony at the Beal tournament.
Yeah, unbelievable. He just comes in here, doesn't play the first game because he was too busy playing a classical. And then he literally wins 9. He gets 9.5 out of 10 in his next 10. I mean, a truly brutal performance. David Anton wasn't at the races. And what that means is he comes second place, wins $600, but more importantly, wins another $5,000 minimum for qualifying for the knockout phase. You can see there, 33rd to 64th place, $5,000 minimum. If you qualify from that, of course, then it ups the stakes to 10,000, then 15,000. And then if you get past that stage, then you're on a plane, I believe, to Montreal, Canada, where you could play for the really big bucks, $200,000. My goodness, that is a lot of money for an online tournament.
Yeah, I am definitely very happy, and that we also got to see this exciting match. Can I just say that at the end of this game, Gata had 8 minutes, 42 seconds. I mean, that means that he showed all that mastery, Lawrence, in just a minute and 20 seconds, which I think is amazing to just outplay a 2680 GM so effortlessly. I got on my third try. And yeah, he's punched his ticket for the event in Canada in October, where he's going to be joining other legends like himself.
Well, no, he hasn't done that yet.
Not yet. Oh, yeah.
He hasn't done that yet. I know you want him to be there real bad, and he might do it. But
there we go. I predicted the future, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's still some more online play, right? Because right now I think is there 64 players, Lawrence, that qualify to the online, and then only top 8. Yes, top 8 make it to the in-person event in Canada, right? So there's actually still many steps along the way, but he has guaranteed himself $5,000 by winning today.
Not a bad day's work at all. Well done to Gadakamsky for getting through. Commiserations to David Anton. That isn't the end of today's action, though, because the second tournament, which, believe it or not, yours truly, I'm ready, I'm pumped, you know? I'm going to channel my inner Gada or my inner tiger. Yeah, my tiger with claws. The next one kicks off in 1 hour and 4 minutes time. So I'm gonna do some yoga, a bit of meditation, some push-ups.
I would suggest you sharpen those claws.
Sharpen my claws and get ready. And if you guys also want to play, I went really blurry there. If you guys also want to play, remember, you've got to be verified. And if you're an international master or if you're a title player, you can play. Registration begins in exactly 4 minutes time. Irina, it's been a tremendous pleasure. I hope we do this again soon. I had a lot of fun. And good luck also in India with the US women's team.
Thank you, Lawrence. Yeah, we had a lot of fun today. And thank you guys for watching. This has been the 2022 Chess.com Global Championships. Congratulations to Gadakamsky and David Paravian for qualifying today. And you will be looking forward to seeing the next event in just an hour.
See you soon.